He quietly uttered his apology, directed towards his daughter. He confessed his culpability, knowing he was the one who ended her life. The man knelt beside the deceased girl in the rain-soaked forest, utterly consumed by grief. His failures weren't just once, but an agonizing 99 times. He remained kneeling by the lifeless girl on the ground, the desolate rain and mist shrouding the forest. With a decisive movement, he acknowledged he had only one final chance left. He implored Dami to trust him. This time, he swore, he would absolutely not fail. A man in a tank top suddenly stared forward, his eyes wide with profound shock. News broke of a mysterious creature appearing in the city center. The world collapsed in an instant, plagued by light blue zombies. His daughter, Dami, asked what he was looking at. They had fought relentlessly, simply needing to survive. He desperately called out to Dami to wake up, begging her not to leave him, but it was futile. This world had become pure hell for an old man and a young girl attempting to survive. And just like that, they both perished. At the very moment everything ended. The man looked up at a giant, glowing, angelic female figure. He found himself granted another unexpected chance. The man's eyes were wide open, his expression a mixture of terror and sweat-soaked anxiety. He lay awake in bed, an unsettling anxiety radiating from his features. Suddenly, he bolted upright, perfectly fine, wondering what was happening. He looked over his shoulder with a surprised and concerned expression. He noticed a strange number appearing above his head. His hand clenched into a tight, determined fist. He frantically called out Dami's full name, pounding on her door, demanding she open it immediately. Dami complained, asking what he wanted in the middle of the night. He continued to ask if Dami was okay and alive, causing her to shriek and ask if he had a bad dream. His hands firmly grabbed hers, conveying a desperate urgency. He insisted she follow him without questions, despite her protests. Dami told her father to let go, explaining he was hurting her and demanding an explanation. He urgently warned her that if they didn't hurry, they would die. The man watched in shock as a monster appeared menacingly behind him. He screamed, bolting upright in bed, a blue glowing number 98 hovering above him. A sudden realization dawned upon him. He was back again, and he felt a profound jolt of understanding. That's when he truly grasped the situation. To put it simply, he had failed to save Dami numerous times already. A zombie's head exploded dramatically in a gruesome display of blood and gore. He had done everything he possibly could. Even if it meant enduring unimaginable horrors. He had sacrificed everything, all for her sake. The man struggled as two relentless zombies attacked him, grabbing his shoulders and neck. A blood-stained hand firmly grasped a shining knife, ready for more combat. Inevitably, the battles continued. A rapid, blurring punch struck a zombie, causing blood to splatter violently. The man swung a spiked bat at a zombie's head amidst a cluster of others. He struck a zombie's head with a weapon, splattering blood across the scene. Wearing a cap, the man swung a weapon, fighting off another zombie. He repeatedly struck a zombie on the ground, causing a bloody impact with each blow. He gasped, exhausted from the relentless fighting. Even if he had 100 lives to live. The man watched a zombified woman standing in a devastated, barren landscape. He heard a distorted voice call out his name. A close-up showed the zombified woman's screaming, blood-covered face. He realized that a weak father like him could only lead his beloved daughter to her inevitable death. A close-up revealed a single tear rolling down the man's eye, a testament to his sorrow. Another tear rolled down his eye, reflecting a faint blue light. The man lay in bed, crying with a visibly pained expression, pulling a blanket over himself. He sat on a futon in a dimly lit room, pulling a blanket around him, looking down in despair. Yet another tear descended from his eye, reflecting a similar blue light. He suddenly jolted, uttering a small sound of surprise. Dami's voice broke the silence, asking about the late-night noise. The man, wearing a baseball cap, held a shiny knife, facing Dami. He paused, realizing something important. Dami asked him what was wrong, noticing his strange behavior. His large hand reached towards Dami's face with a tender gesture. A soft sound accompanied his movement. The man, wearing a cap, leaned in as if about to kiss Dami. He made a solemn promise to her. He swore that even if he failed hundreds, thousands, millions, or billions of times, he would survive and save her. He whispered closely to Dami's ear, conveying his heartfelt resolve. He asked her to trust her dad, reassuring her with a term of endearment. Dami responded with a questioning tone, still confused by his actions. He envisioned their destination, Daejeon. It had taken 99 grueling attempts to finally discover the perfect shelter. Soldiers from the combined military base protected it diligently. University hospital staff provided care for the survivors within its walls. By a unique combination of circumstance and fortune, order had never truly been lost there. Truly, it was the perfect home for them. He had spent his entire life planning to reach that place. He reflected that 40 years had already passed since he first arrived there, wondering if his daughter had waited a long time. He knew he had to be incredibly careful because this was his final chance. Now, he felt completely certain of his plan. This place was safe. If they could just arrive there alive, it would become their final destination. He silently urged her to wait for him, promising to come for her soon. The man's face, with closed eyes, was illuminated by a warm, soft light from below. He let out a weary sigh. He made a deliberate movement, preparing himself. The man and Dami stood side by side, Dami looking visibly distressed. Just before reaching the final shelter, Taejun, Dami had died. And it was entirely because of his own mistake. He had spent 40 years, repeated it hundreds of times, making everything perfect, all to keep Dami alive until the very end. The sound of a metallic click resonated in the air. This time, he absolutely would not make any mistakes. He gasped in surprise. A pile of bloody, grotesque zombie bodies filled the frame, an unexpected sight. This was a completely new variable. In 40 years and tens of thousands of rehearsals, there was one variable he had never once considered. And in that moment, he froze in sheer disbelief. This was something that had remained unchanged through all 99 previous attempts. A desperate scream tore through the air. The one condition that had been unquestionable had changed. The man's eyes were wide, surrounded by numerous blood-soaked zombie hands. There had never been zombies at the door before. Dami cried out for her father. The man in the cap struggled intensely against a zombie's powerful grab. Dami shrieked in terror. The man in the cap stood behind a door, looking utterly shocked as zombies lunged violently. Dami sat on the floor, looking up with a horrified expression. A close-up showed Dami's wide, terrified eye peeking from behind an object. She screamed in sheer terror. Dami frantically asked her father what he was doing. She begged him to open the door now, urging him to hurry. Dami continued to scream for her father in utter despair. He grunted in extreme pain. A close-up revealed the man's intensely blue, wide eye, full of anguish. He felt the sorrow of having his intestines cut, knowing the agony of losing a child was like having one's guts torn apart, an experience he had endured 99 times. This pain of death had become disturbingly familiar to him now. A happy baby with a yellow bow lay in a bassinet, its tiny hands raised. A smiling man looked down lovingly at a baby held gently in his arms. So, the man smiled at a cooing baby, gently touching its soft cheek. He implored his child not to cry. The bloody man, his blue eyes intense, looked determinedly to the right. He wondered if this was the end, if he was finally going to die forever. But the answer was no. The man, now enveloped in blue energy, burst forth, surrounded and crushed by glowing blue zombies. He declared that whether it was 100 times or 1,000 times, he did not mind dying. But if his daughter was still alive, he simply could not give up. A powerful blue energy ripped through various figures in a chaotic, dark scene. The man, with glowing eyes, fought off multiple zombies in a tiled room. A zombie with menacing red eyes lunged forward from a crouch amidst other undead creatures. A zombie uttered a guttural sound. A zombie was violently flung backward by an unseen force, leaving a gruesome trail of blood. A powerful blue slash cut through multiple zombies in a dynamic action scene. A zombie was punched violently, its head jolted back with blood splattering everywhere. A powerful man punched a zombie, causing even more blood to splatter. With a fierce yell, the powerful man crushed a zombie's head with his bare hand. A powerful blue strike hit a zombie, sending it flying with a burst of blood. The man leaped high into the air, kicking two zombies simultaneously under a bright moon. A powerful blue force smashed into multiple zombies from both above and below. A group of gruesome zombies with red eyes stared intensely from a dark, foggy setting. A muscular, glowing man stood triumphantly amidst the defeated zombies. The muscular man, his eyes glowing and body covered in blue energy, made a decisive movement. A loud, monstrous shriek echoed through the space. It was the 100th failure, as a woman sat dejectedly on the floor in front of a heavily barricaded door. A dark-haired person looked up towards a brightly lit, slightly ajar door, its locks and handles visible. And he was given another chance to try again. A distressed girl looked up at the blood-splattered man from a lower position. He reassured Dami not to worry, vowing to protect her until the end, even if he was no longer human. A close-up revealed the man's glowing blue face, his jaw clenched and veins visibly bulging. He asked her if she was all right, using a term of endearment. Her dad had resurrected, changed but determined. They found themselves within the confines of an A-Mart storage facility. A voice suddenly swore, questioning the unexpected sight before them. The stern inquiry followed, demanding to know their identity. It was pointed out that zombies swarmed everywhere, followed by a skeptical query on how they managed to arrive alive. An intimidating warning was issued: speak up, or face a fatal consequence. Then, a hesitant voice noticed something peculiar, asking about the strange appearance of their face. A sudden realization dawned, accompanied by a sharp exclamation of disbelief. The question was posed whether they might be a celebrity, inferring this from their use of sunglasses. The formidable individual was revealed to be former Captain Cha Hyori, codenamed Black Widow, from the Great Tiger Unit. A firm dismissal was given, stating there was no room for them and ordering them to find another place to stay. The command to leave was reiterated with a snap of irritation, asking if they had failed to hear it the first time. A subtle shift occurred, marked by a soft sound of movement and a moment of confusion. He then revealed his daughter had been wandering for an entire week, her asthma worsening and causing terrible suffering, pleading for help to save her. He desperately begged, offering to let them take his daughter if saving both was too much, his voice choked with urgency. A serious woman with long dark hair, tied in a high ponytail, maintained a focused gaze forward. Her teeth clenched, the woman's blue eyes glowed with an intense, simmering anger. A dismissive, scoffing sound escaped, questioning if the desperate man was insane. Another voice scoffed, wondering if he truly believed emotional appeals would sway their captain. A soft sniffle broke the tension, followed by the silent descent of tears. Then, with a decisive turn, the captain ordered them to be let inside. She clarified that it wasn't out of sympathy, but purely for the additional manpower needed to guard the mart, instructing him to wipe his nose first. 3 people walked past a soldier, with the camouflage-clad woman leading the way into the facility. A man in a green jacket and sunglasses stood looking forward, his posture firm in the dark setting. He observed that the captain remained unchanged from how he remembered her. She was still the retired soldier who had managed to rally survivors around her. She possessed a cold, serpent-like demeanor, yet something about her was different. Suddenly, a young girl's voice cried out, calling for her dad. The girl questioned his earlier actions, stating they diverged entirely from their established plan. The captain then ordered the two of them to follow her. A small sound of confusion escaped the man, indicating his surprise. The man gently held the distressed woman, his stance protective. He realized that Dami's mental state was deteriorating faster than he had ever witnessed before. He attributed this rapid decline to two unexpected variables that had emerged. He admitted he didn't fully comprehend the situation as it unfolded. His unfamiliar, transformed body no longer felt like his own. They had arrived at the A-Mart Hapjeong branch. Supplies were plentiful within its walls. More importantly, Dami would finally be safe there. He then questioned why the adjacent building had collapsed. 3 days prior, the incident had begun. A horde of zombies had launched a brutal attack on their position. The captain bravely lured them away from the mart. She led the surging undead into the building next door. A large horde of red-eyed zombies aggressively swarmed within the dark interior of the building. Then, she detonated explosives they had strategically set up in advance. He presumed the zombies were now completely flattened, like dried squid. A sudden sound of surprise escaped him. A close-up showed the man's stern face, his eyes glowing red behind his sunglasses. The captain questioned the look he was giving her. She asked if he was seriously considering a dangerous idea. A soldier looked up in shock, her eyes widening at the sight of a massive, glowing zombie. An extreme close-up revealed the monstrous zombie's glowing red eyes and drooling, gaping maw. Another soldier looked up, her eyes wide with palpable fear. A sound of pure bewilderment escaped someone. The monstrous creature crashed down with immense force, sending debris flying in all directions. A female soldier, rifle in hand, ran frantically as debris scattered around her. A massive fist slammed down, narrowly missing a woman who crouched in defense. A large monster attacked a soldier, who struggled against its overwhelming force. Shouts erupted about the sudden appearance of the zombies, questioning their origin. A clear command rang out, ordering all units to open fire. Soldiers fired their rifles in a dark, action-filled scene, their shots echoing. Bullets impacted the large monster, creating bright flashes of light upon contact. A piercing scream of terror tore through the air. Another gunshot echoed loudly. More screams, filled with agony and fear, rang out. The monster brutally attacked a soldier, smashing them with sickening force. Someone shouted to get it together, asking if they wanted to die, receiving a frantic affirmation. The captain internally urged herself to focus, acknowledging that this was not like 3 days ago, recognizing this was no ordinary zombie. A determined soldier with a rifle stood ready, poised amidst the debris-strewn street. An urgent command was given to run towards the mart. Someone harshly told another to shut up and just run. A man and a woman ran frantically through the ruined streets, desperation etched on their faces. A close-up showed the man's face, sunglasses obscuring his eyes, which glowed with intense power. The man in sunglasses crouched down, while an injured man looked up at him. With a glowing fist, the man in sunglasses punched downwards with immense power. He declared their plan to lure the monster to the barricade outside the mart. He believed even that formidable creature couldn't break through instantly, giving him time to find its weak spot. A female soldier ran through a dark, desolate street, an urgent thought occurring to her. She realized the monster was on the first floor. They should have evacuated everyone already. A sharp sound of frustration accompanied his curse. He declared he would distract it somehow, urging the other 3 to get inside. 2 women stood facing each other on the dark, debris-filled street. One asked why the other was alone, inquiring about her papa. She then questioned, with a sudden start, if her papa had run away and abandoned her. The girl responded with a single word, indicating a presence. A woman in military attire with a rifle stood, looking intently to her left. A close-up revealed the woman's surprised face, her blue eyes wide with shock. Two hands clutched together, glowing with a brilliant blue light against a dark background. A person in a green jacket crushed a zombie with a powerful stomp, blood splattering violently. A close-up showed a bloody, shattered zombie head and splatters of gore, a gruesome sight. The man with a green jacket raised his bloodied, clenched hands high in a gesture of victory. A woman with a rifle and a man in military uniform looked on in shock amidst a crowd of other people. A soft, smooth movement occurred. A bloodied and dirt-covered hand lay on the ground, a grim testament to the fight. A soft exhalation of relief escaped him. A woman with a rifle pointed it downwards as a man collapsed amidst the corpses. He uttered an apology, his voice heavy with regret. He lamented that he couldn't keep the promise he had made to Dami. He confessed it was because he was too scared of seeing her get hurt. A metallic click resonated sharply. The woman demanded to know exactly who he was. The blood-splattered man in a green jacket and sunglasses touched his chest, identifying himself. He stated his name, Ryu Min-seok. He continued, identifying himself as Dami's father, but was then interrupted. A voice warned him not to reveal himself now, explaining he would be in danger. He was introduced as a zombie expert. Three characters stood facing each other in a desolate, brightly lit landscape. The captain questioned the term expert with a hint of skepticism. He explained that since the outbreak, he had thoroughly analyzed their traits and weaknesses to survive. He expressed his gladness for being helpful today, looking forward to working with them all. A woman responded with an understanding "Ah, I see." Suddenly, a woman grabbed the man by the collar, her expression a mix of anger and surprise. She demanded to know what he thought he was doing. She pointed out that he had beaten down a monster that was immune to bullets. She also specifically referenced the monster's distinctive red eyes. She then demanded a direct answer from him. The captain seemed to question the man's self-proclaimed title, a zombie expert. She pressed further, stating he had just defeated a monster impervious to bullets. And then she specifically brought up the monster's distinctive red eyes. She demanded a direct answer from him, her tone unwavering. The man, however, firmly denied her assumption. Her surprise was evident in her sharp, questioning utterance. He then calmly identified the formidable creature as an eater. But he added that even such a powerful being possessed a specific weakness. He acknowledged her unspoken understanding with a knowing pause, as if to say, of course. She then turned her inquiry to him, specifically questioning his own unusual eyes. He explained that was precisely why he kept his eyes carefully covered. She continued her interrogation, indicating she expected more answers from him. The captain, her dark hair tied in a high ponytail, clenched her fist with a determined expression. Internally, she still harbored deep suspicion towards him. But then, a new thought began to surface in her mind. A sudden understanding seemed to strike her with surprising force. She reluctantly declared her acceptance of his presence among them. However, she warned him sternly that she would be keeping a constant eye on him. A subtle, swift movement accompanied her declaration. A grim-faced woman looked intently to her right, past the defeated soldiers scattered in the background. Another soldier cautiously asked if everyone was all right after the skirmish. A pained sound escaped one of the injured soldiers. Someone tried to explain their actions, referring to the sudden emergency. They admitted that they had panicked when the attack unexpectedly occurred. The captain issued a stern warning about the consequences if such a failure happened again. The soldiers immediately affirmed their understanding with a unified yes. They respectfully wished the captain to rest well, though some secretly harbored disloyal thoughts. Inside the Marts Plaza, a murmuring sound of relief spread among the survivors. Someone questioned the man with a surprised tone. The man whispered his astonishment that the father hadn't been caught in his bold bluff. He expressed his complete astonishment at the man's audacity, fearing he would slip up, knowing the captain was shrewd and not easily deceived or provoked. Dami then questioned if her father knew the captain, sounding perplexed. He denied knowing her directly, but conceded that it somehow seemed that way. Dami then expressed surprise that her father knew the word bluff, asking where he learned it, to which he replied, from his daughter, who then denied ever teaching him. He insisted that she had, in fact, taught him. He continued, revealing that she had actually taught him many things. He asked her to wait there while he went to get her something to eat, after she questioned a lot. The girl watched, confused, as the man walked away, leaving her to ponder his words. In a split moment, the girl looked up while the man offered a coy smile. He urged her to make a serious promise to him. He asked her to promise not to reveal his transformation to anyone. He warned her that if people discovered his secret, they might hurt him. He pleaded with her to keep this vital secret, seeking her affirmation. He realized that Dami's observation about keeping the secret was accurate. He understood that exposing his true identity in this place would have dire consequences. He knew it would instantly cause widespread panic among all the survivors. He returned to Dami, announcing his presence. He found the girl asleep on the floor next to a box of supplies, her hair fanned out around her. The man gently covered the sleeping girl with a yellow blanket, his expression etched with concern. He pondered a deeper question, seeking the reason behind everything. He observed that zombies were appearing and evolving in stages, much more rapidly than ever witnessed before. He noted the unprecedented sight of over 100 zombies and mutated ones appearing within a week, remarking that in all his past experiences, this had never happened, thus making everything unpredictable. He questioned the fundamental reason behind the zombies' rapid and unnatural changes. He then theorized that he himself might be the unexpected catalyst. An aerial view showcased a dark city skyline at night, illuminated by a full moon and scattered stars. He stated that he could feel their presence all around him. He believed they were actively searching for him specifically. He was convinced they sought to eliminate both him and his daughter. He couldn't discern if their very existence was merely disturbing the zombies, or if the zombies actually feared them, but one undeniable fact remained clear. A monstrous, red-eyed creature roared ferociously, bathed in an eerie blue light with red particles swirling around it. He understood that to the zombies, he also represented an unpredictable variable. He expressed a sudden, intense surprise, a realization dawning on him. He observed that all the zombies in this area had conveniently congregated there, remarking on the good fortune. He realized he no longer needed to search for them, as they were all gathered. He urged immediate action, expressing a sense of urgency to get started. He felt compelled to act quickly, before his daughter awoke from her sleep. A metallic clanking sound accompanied his thought that he had to cook something. A massive monster lunged aggressively forward from within a horde of zombies. A heavy thud echoed loudly as it made impact. A shadowy figure swiftly attacked multiple zombies, indicated by sharp motion lines. A man wielding a short blade bravely confronted a large, roaring zombie. With dynamic motion, the man rapidly sliced through several zombies. The man in a white shirt deftly dodged and attacked several zombies with his blade. He then executed a powerful upward slash, dismembering multiple zombies with force. A series of rapid twitching sounds broke the silence of the fight. A sharp crack resounded loudly amidst the chaos. The man unleashed a powerful, glowing blue attack, enveloped by streaks of light. He prepared to engage multiple giant, worm-like creatures that unnervingly possessed human arms. A loud, crushing sound erupted from the intense battle. A burst of purple energy exploded, engulfing and utterly destroying several monstrous figures. A man descended from above, striking multiple tentacled creatures with a powerful purple blast. An electric, zapping sound emanated from the scene of destruction. A soft, dull thud followed the explosive attack. Multiple blue-tinged, monstrous figures were destroyed, dissolving into shimmering particles. A large zombie's head violently exploded in a burst of blue energy mixed with red. A monstrous creature was violently ripped apart, sending glowing blue and red fragments scattering. A grotesque, bloody creature with numerous limbs lunged forward with terrifying speed. A man with glowing red eyes violently punched a monster, causing a powerful impact. A close-up showed a grotesque monster with red eyes and sharp teeth screaming in agony. Covered in blood, a man wielded a pickaxe, striking at a dark, shadowy figure. A close-up revealed the blood-splattered man, his intense, glowing red eyes fixed in a grim expression. An exterior view showed the A-Mart convenience store under a clear blue sky, with distant buildings visible. Inside, a woman with long dark hair slept peacefully beneath a yellow blanket. A close-up profile showed the woman with long dark hair, appearing either deeply asleep or just beginning to stir. A soft groan escaped her as she started to wake. A sudden realization or surprise jolted her awake. A gentle voice asked if she was awake, addressing her affectionately. He offered her food, urging her to eat immediately. He assumed she must be very hungry after her long sleep. A woman in a pink jacket and yellow skirt sat, her expression a mix of surprise and thoughtfulness. A close-up showed a smiling woman with long dark hair, her gaze gentle and warm. The girl hummed in agreement, confirming she was hungry. The captain, however, questioned if someone was trying to fool her with tales. A soldier insisted it was true, reminding the captain of the loud noises heard between 1 and 5 a.m. the previous night. He continued, explaining that the morning scouting report confirmed all zombies in the area had been found dead. He wondered aloud how such a thing was possible, questioning if the zombies had fought themselves to death. Another soldier chimed in, stating his initial disbelief but confirming he had witnessed the aftermath himself. The soldier expressed bewilderment that all those zombies had been eliminated in just 4 hours, questioning the inexplicable events. The woman in military uniform turned, a close-up revealing her intense blue eye. Someone began to connect the dots, suggesting they gather everyone, addressing the captain with urgency. The captain declared that from that moment, their operation to escape from A-Mart would commence. A survivor gasped in disbelief, realizing the incredible news was true. He observed the surrounding area, noting not even a trace of the grotesque creatures remained. The unsettling silence was palpable, even the familiar, chilling sounds of the zombies had vanished, confirming their absence. A wave of relief washed over the crowd as cries of joy erupted, proclaiming their newfound safety. Dami quietly told her father that she believed the zombies had truly disappeared. A sudden realization, accompanied by a soft sound, seemed to register with the man. He urgently instructed Dami to keep her helmet on, regardless of future circumstances. Dami questioned the meaning of later, her voice filled with a hint of apprehension. A woman in military uniform forcefully rang a red alarm, its piercing sound echoing through the gathered crowd. She announced that all zombies in the area had been confirmed eradicated that morning, though the cause remained a mystery. Exclamations of astonishment and relief surged through the crowd, celebrating their salvation. She then declared that they would commence evacuating the location immediately. Unseen by the crowd, a phone camera app displayed a smiling girl alongside a comic title on its screen. Survivors exchanged bewildered questions, wondering why evacuation was necessary when the zombies were gone. The captain elaborated, explaining they had been in close contact with the 2nd Mechanized Infantry Brigade 3 days prior, before communications ceased. She detailed that this brigade was believed to be the sole surviving unit in the Gyeonggi region, possessing armored units and, crucially, accepting civilians. A skeptical voice challenged her, questioning the legitimacy of evacuating based on a single, old radio message. The captain confidently assured them, stating she knew the precise identity of the message's sender. She revealed the sender was known as Blue Hawk, asserting that his messages were entirely trustworthy. Another survivor vehemently rejected the idea, scoffing at trusting a 3-day-old message and accusing her of leading them to their deaths. Arguments erupted among the survivors, some insisting on leaving for safety, others stubbornly believing the zombies would not return. The captain observed the growing dissension, silently confirming her expectation of such a reaction. A male voice from the crowd scornfully implied that a male leader would not have faced such emotional and reckless opposition. He pressed his point, prompting a response from someone nearby, who simply uttered a surprised inquiry. The man with the covered eyes firmly contradicted the prevailing sentiment among the dissenters. He grimly stated his conviction that the zombies would inevitably reappear. Someone from the crowd challenged him, questioning his authority and the unusual nature of his covered eyes, mockingly referring to his supposed expertise. He calmly asserted that remaining in their current location would only make them vulnerable prey. He rhetorically asked if passively waiting was truly their definition of survival. He bluntly declared that staying put was merely delaying their inevitable demise. Dami, visibly distressed, questioned her father, wondering if he truly believed following the soldiers guaranteed safety. A dissenter immediately seized upon Dami's words, claiming the man had no concrete proof for his assertions. The man calmly posed a counter-question to the crowd, inviting them to consider an alternative. He challenged them to honestly assess their chances of survival without the military's assistance. A significant assembly of civilians stood within a brightly lit indoor space, facing the soldiers positioned at the front. After a moment of reflection, a civilian conceded that the man's reasoning was sound, acknowledging their vulnerability without military aid. Another voice from the crowd encouraged movement, reminding everyone that their survival thus far was owed to the military. A surge of determination spread, as shouts of support for trusting and following the soldiers filled the air. The captain observed how effortlessly and instantly he had swayed the crowd's opinion. She silently pondered the identity of this mysterious individual. Her internal questioning intensified, wanting to know exactly who he was. The man jokingly dismissed any thanks, causing the captain to react with a surprised, almost flustered, query about the timing of any thanks. He explained that he was accustomed to persuading people, especially when circumstances were unfavorable to him. He further clarified that his actions were also motivated by the safety of himself and his daughter. A detailed close-up revealed a person's open palm. A soldier expressed unwavering confidence in the captain's leadership, believing she would undoubtedly succeed. The woman with dark hair in a ponytail gazed intently towards her right. She then declared the immediate commencement of their escape mission. Captain Cha Hai-ri asserted her personal commitment to ensuring the safety of every individual. Under a bright sky, a city street unfolded, lined with buildings and occupied by buses and a truck. A distinct honking sound broke the air, signaling readiness. Inside a bus, various civilians sat, including a woman wearing a protective hard hat. On the city street, soldiers surrounded a truck, their faces set with grim determination. A relieved sigh escaped someone's lips, marking a momentary release of tension. Someone remarked on the strange feeling of crossing the Han River after such a long time, then urged themselves to maintain focus. A voice reminded everyone that their journey had only just commenced. A sudden call for Sergeant Shin was met with an immediate, startled reaction. A solitary figure navigated a debris-strewn street, moving past the silent buildings. Multiple grotesque zombies surged forward through the urban landscape, rushing directly towards the perspective. A horrifying, guttural shriek pierced the air as the zombies closed in. The captain immediately ordered the operation to begin, directing civilians and Team C to the right, while the main force moved left. She yelled for them to move, and an engine roared to life in response. A strategy was revealed: zombies possessed heightened sensitivity to sound, rather than sight, a fact exploited with loud noises. Repetitive thudding sounds indicated a persistent, rhythmic movement. A triumphant shriek confirmed the success of their tactic as the zombies followed their decoy. An order was issued to maintain distance from the pursuing horde, but a soldier expressed immediate concern. The soldier warned of the overwhelming numbers, fearing the zombies would quickly overtake them. Realizing their precarious situation, the captain directed them to make for Seonsan Bridge, as an engine accelerated. A second zombie trait was noted: their relentless pursuit, always pushing a bit more, a bit further. It was understood that zombies would relentlessly charge at humans in any situation, and the moment for action was upon them. A truck, carrying soldiers, accelerated rapidly, crashing through scattered debris on the road. An aerial perspective revealed a bridge utterly jammed with a dense crowd of zombies and mangled, wrecked cars. A low, unsettling gurgle emanated from the approaching horde. A grotesque horde of zombies lunged forward, forming a chaotic, blood-soaked mass. A large white truck violently tore through a cluster of zombies, plowing them aside. A screeching sound followed by a heavy splash indicated a significant impact. On a city street, a scattered group of zombies stood idly, shuffling aimlessly. A third zombie trait was observed as their distinct, unsettling cries echoed. It was discovered that their rear was a vulnerable point, as a powerful road roller crushed zombies with overwhelming force. An exclamation of surprise identified the unexpected, devastating weapon as a road roller. A massive road roller, wielding dozens of tons of pressure, pulverized everything trapped beneath its immense weight. The colossal heavy machinery continued its destructive path, an unstoppable force. Amidst the chaos, a voice quietly uttered the peculiar word, flour. Distinct thudding sounds accompanied a guttural roar as the machine pressed on. A pained cry of agony echoed through the street. More grotesque gurgles and horrifying shrieks erupted from the victims. A piercing, drawn-out scream ripped through the air, chilling to the bone. The powerful road roller continued its grim work, crushing the relentless zombies as a lone man observed the destruction with unwavering focus. A desolate cityscape unfolded, showing an abandoned bus and truck sitting silently on a deserted street. Inside a vehicle, two women sat, looking visibly distressed, clutching their bags tightly. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, questioning the unfolding situation. Another voice lamented a difficult task, expressing that it had to be a specific individual, offering reassurance and promising to remain close by. A hushed whisper then voiced apprehension about the soldiers potentially noticing something amiss. Suddenly, a shout announced Captain Chaz's team had returned, drawing a quick, startled reaction from others. A person then clarified their role, stating they were merely providing support. Dami reassured her father, promising she would not betray her emotions. A shiver of unease passed through someone, accompanied by confused, questioning noises. An urgent command was issued for everyone to fall back, which was met with immediate, albeit hesitant, agreement. Zombies rushed forward in a chaotic street scene, their bodies covered in blood and gore, surging directly towards the viewpoint. A zombie was violently splattered against heavy machinery, sending blood and guts flying spectacularly. A resolute voice declared their intent to break through in a single, decisive strike. A convoy of vehicles traveled rapidly down a tree-lined road, approaching a visible barricade in the distance. Someone uttered Captain Chaz's name with a sense of relief and anticipation. A triumphant message confirmed their success. It was 6:45 p.m., and the entire 2nd Mechanized Infantry Brigade had arrived. This brigade was recognized as a unit that had survived long into the past life under solid leadership, serving as a key stronghold on the route to Taejun. To arrive at their destination in just 8 days was considered a record-breaking speed. Despite their success, the speaker cautioned against lowering their guard, fearing that carelessness, even with increased strength, could have dire consequences. The thought of Dami ending up in danger fueled their caution. The speaker resolved to strictly follow the proven route from their past life, acknowledging that the real battle had only just begun. Someone enthusiastically complimented a man, expressing admiration for his abilities. The complimenter admitted initial reservations about working with him but gratefully acknowledged that he had saved everyone. When asked if he had worked in construction, the man denied it, explaining that he simply learned skills, believing knowledge increased survival chances, and expressed relief they had all made it safely. He offered a polite yes, thanks, which prompted a surprised query about what he had just said. He then clarified his previous statement, confirming his gratitude for making it safely. A sharp command for silence cut through the air, causing everyone to hold their breath. Sergeant Lee In-hui, company commander of the 1st Battalion, 2nd Mechanized Infantry Brigade, welcomed Captain Cha Hai-ri, stating they had been expecting her. Captain Cha seemed surprised that he knew her, and the sergeant explained they had been informed by Colonel Cha about her skills and expected arrival today. Captain Cha queried if Colonel Cha had truly said that, and the sergeant confirmed his words. The sergeant added that Colonel Cha had described her as a hard-headed female soldier who would stir things up, eliciting a flustered twitch and a chuckle from Captain Cha. Captain Cha then urgently asked about Colonel Cha's current whereabouts. The sergeant replied that he had gone to the back gate, then called out to someone. Another voice reported that zombies had appeared at that location, prompting a look of concern. Captain Cha questioned if Colonel Cha had gone to deal with them personally, asking if he had led the unit himself. Someone responded with a bewildered negation, expressing disbelief that the not-so-young man would do such a thing. A man in a camouflage uniform smiled, a bead of sweat forming, as Korean text appeared on a sign and his name tag. A voice incredulously stated that the colonel was handling the situation alone. A timer displayed 35 minutes next to the location brigade rear gate. The timer then updated to show 27 seconds. Someone exclaimed, declaring a new record for the colonel, eliciting a surprised sound from him. The colonel asserted his belief that axes were superior to guns any day. A man with a beard smiled broadly in a close-up, his face illuminated by a bright light. He jovially remarked that rotten meat tasted better. This was Colonel Cha Pung-ho, also known as Blue Hawk, the former Spee-Corps commander, now commander of the 2nd Mechanized Infantry Brigade. Someone advised him to use a gun next time, as that was their purpose, questioning what would happen if he got bitten, which he scoffed at, finding the idea ridiculous. He claimed that once one reached his level, they could perceive everything at a glance. He asserted his ability to gauge their combat strength just by looking. He harshly questioned the value of others with trash-tier combat, suggesting they only got in the way, which was acknowledged as infuriating but difficult to argue against. He complained about his back hurting, lamenting that one could not hide their age. He then abruptly called for an end to the rambling, asking if there was anyone even halfway decent there, receiving a retort that he was being heard. A low growl was heard, prompting a questioning sound from him. He exclaimed in shock, asking if the creature was still alive. A fierce, guttural roar burst forth. A fast-paced action sequence depicted a large impact, sending debris flying violently through the air. Someone shouted in alarm, demanding to know what that was. A soldier, holding an axe, stood near a control tower, with a vehicle visible to the left. He reiterated that at his level, one could discern such things at a glance. A menacing, fiery red and black demonic face, with bright glowing eyes, appeared. This was identified as their combat power level. A man introduced himself as Ryu Min-seok, explaining he had arrived with Captain Cha Hai-ri and, having heard the situation, believed he might be of assistance. A man in tactical gear menacingly brandished a weapon over a cowering civilian against a stark red background. A powerful melee attack was depicted with strong motion blur, indicating a forceful impact. A soldier cried out in alarm for the colonel, questioning his actions and pointing out that he was attacking a civilian. A stunned silence followed, broken by an incredulous query. Someone wondered if such a feat was even possible. Two men, one holding a pickaxe, stood facing each other under a bright sky. A voice urged the colonel to get inside immediately and raise the red-level security alert. The voice declared that this particular being was a monster. The man with the covered eyes calmly acknowledged that the colonel's perceptions could not be deceived. Colonel Cha Pung-ho reacted with a jolt of surprise, asking what was happening. The man in camouflage was struck by a powerful force, while the other man stood calmly unaffected. The man stated his necessity to remain there, which meant he had to convince the colonel. However, he conceded that words alone would no longer suffice for his purpose. So, instead, he decided to employ the method the colonel preferred most. The man with the beard displayed a determined, slightly aggressive expression. A male hand clenched into a fist, glowing brightly with an unseen power. He prepared to reveal his true identity with a powerful impact. The man challenged his opponent, questioning if he was ready to engage in a fight at that very moment. He remarked that he had encountered many unusual individuals, but this current situation surpassed them all. The opponent, surprised, inquired how he had known about a specific detail, accompanied by a sharp sound. He continued, asking how he knew he would be interested in such a preposterous notion, a loud crash echoing. The man then decisively commanded his opponent to speak, making a distinct sound. He pressed further, demanding to know his true identity. Suddenly, an urgent code red alert blared, instructing all civilians to move to the shelters immediately. Someone questioned the code red, asking for an explanation, and was told that details would follow, but for now, protocol must be observed. A soldier excitedly identified Captain Cha, then corrected himself, recognizing Captain Gok. He began to state that Captain Gok was the one to brief them, but was abruptly cut off, a sharp sound interrupting him. An angry voice challenged someone, demanding to know their actions. A report came in, a monster had attacked the brigade commander at the division's back gate, and shockingly, it had uttered a specific name. Taken aback, Captain Cha questioned the mention of a monster, then repeated the name, Ryu Min-seok, that had been said. The soldier confirmed that was the name given, urging the captain to speak. Captain Cha demanded to know the identity of this individual. Hesitantly, someone began to utter the name, Ryu Dash. A young woman with long brown hair looked on, her face etched with profound shock. She repeated the name Ryu Min-seok, her voice tinged with disbelief. A man in a camouflage shirt delivered a powerful punch to another man in a white shirt, creating a forceful impact. Onlookers gasped in astonishment, remarking that a single punch had seemingly destroyed the wall. Despite the incredible display of strength, the man continued his confrontation. He challenged his opponent, questioning if he could still claim to be human after such an act. The man in the white shirt retaliated, delivering a powerful and focused kick. A close-up showed a dirty boot resting on cracked ground, evidence of recent, forceful damage. With intense expressions, two men were locked in a fierce, dynamic battle. One of them grunted in exertion or pain during the fight. The two figures continued their dynamic and incredibly high-speed fight sequence. A sudden exclamation of surprise or realization broke the silence. The two fighters, one with glowing blue eyes, continued to exchange fierce and devastating blows. A moment of silent intensity passed between the combatants. One of them declared his intention to kill the other. A bearded man in a military uniform observed the unfolding scene with a deeply serious expression. He conceded that his opponent was correct, acknowledging the truth in his words since the fight began. He admitted that every part of his being had been screaming the same truth. He recognized that the disparity, the difference, between them was utterly overwhelming. Ryu Min-seok demanded to know what his opponent was, and what he wanted from him. The man responded, stating his desire for protection. His opponent burst into disbelieving laughter. He scoffed, finding it absurd that a freak like his opponent would ask for protection. The man calmly denied the premise. He clarified that he was not the one in need of protection. He then spoke a name, Ryu Dami. He revealed that Ryu Dami was his daughter. He pleaded for his daughter, the people he had brought, and himself to be allowed to stay with the brigade. The man in the white jacket knelt respectfully before the bearded military man. He continued, making an offer contingent on their agreement. He promised to do anything asked of him in return. An aerial night view revealed a school complex, surrounded by trees, bathed in the light of a full moon. A sign indicated the location as the civilian holding room. Inside, someone asked if others had heard the recent conversation, confirming the man had been called a monster. Another person confessed to feeling uneasy since the supermarket, citing his chilling eyes, and speculating about melanin deficiency, then drawing a disturbing parallel with zombie eyes. The person voiced a terrifying question: did they think he was actually a zombie? A close-up revealed a man with piercing red eyes and a noticeable cut on his lip. Colonel Cha agreed to shelter the people Ryu Min-seok had brought within the brigade. However, the colonel stated that Ryu Min-seok himself was the real problem, questioning how he could trust someone so dangerous. Ryu Min-seok offered a solution: isolation. He explained his proposal, suggesting that if they could not trust him, they should confine him in solitary. He vowed to prove his sincerity, no matter how long it took. He promised to demonstrate that he was not a threat to anyone. A sudden exclamation of surprise or realization broke the silence. A cheerful voice announced Atada. Ryu Min-seok anxiously asked Dami if she was alright, to which she confidently replied that she was fine. Dami explained that the alarm was off, the soldiers were kind, and she had even snuck out without permission. She complained that the shelter felt too stuffy for her. Ryu Min-seok apologized, surprising Dami. He confessed that he had broken his promise to her about not getting involved again. He expressed his belief that she must be deeply disappointed in him. A woman's fist gently tapped a man's head through the confining prison bars. She reassured him, stating that without his help, neither she nor the others would have made it safely this far. She encouraged him to lift his head, asserting that no matter what anyone else might say, she firmly declared her unwavering belief in him. Suddenly, Dami remembered she had to leave, fearing a scolding if she missed her 10 p.m. check-in. She bid her father good night. He responded, wishing Dami a good night's sleep as well. A woman ran away from the building, its windows starkly barred. A close-up showed the profile of a smiling woman, her dark hair flowing softly. Behind the bars, a man with red eyes looked up, his body bound by ropes. A close-up captured the worried or sad profile of a woman. A soft, distinct sound broke the silence. A hiccup was followed by a soft sob. Another hiccup escaped, betraying lingering sadness. A close-up showed the profile of a man's face, a distinct cut visible on his cheek. Two distinct sounds of footsteps echoed. A voice called out the name, Ryu Min-seok. The person announced that the brigade commander was requesting his presence. Another soft, abrupt sound was heard. Someone reported that 20 minutes earlier, inside the buried Gapable station, sound detectors had picked up multiple survivor frequencies. He added that one strange signal, unlike any other, had also been detected. The speaker emphasized that this mission required speed, explaining that a large team would impede them, thus necessitating a select few. He specified that the select few included himself, and then paused. He concluded, pointing to Ryu Min-seok as the other member. He reminded Ryu Min-seok of his earlier promise to do anything for his daughter. He challenged Ryu Min-seok to prove his commitment, accompanied by a loud crashing sound. Another heavy crashing sound resonated. Ryu Min-seok, now resolute, inquired about their departure time. A close-up showed the man's bearded chin and a determined smile playing on his lips. The answer was immediate and decisive: right now. The mission was clearly defined as the Gapable Station Rescue Mission. A full moon cast an eerie glow over the desolate ruins of a city, stretching into the night. Amidst the widespread destruction, shattered structures loomed darkly along a deserted street. A desperate cry of "Mom!" pierced the silence, filled with urgency and fear. A child's voice, tinged with terror, called out for "Mom, Dada." Panic swelled as a frantic voice screamed, "Ah, Dayun, no. Mom!" Followed by a soft, abrupt sound. Another person expressed their irritation, complaining about the noisy child and the already cramped, annoying conditions. Someone dismissively scoffed at the child's understanding, telling them to stop whining, then quickly uttered a quiet apology after a swift, harsh sound. A close-up revealed a baby, innocent and wide-eyed, a trail of drool escaping its mouth as it stared upward. The insistent calls of Mom. "HM. Mom," continued to echo, searching for a presence. In a dark, confined space, a woman clutched a baby, her face contorted with profound distress. The same woman, still holding the baby, looked up into the oppressive darkness of their enclosure. Suddenly, two shadowy, menacing faces materialized, their eyes glowing an ominous red. Against this dark backdrop, a stern, bearded man appeared alongside an eagle, both figures radiating a mysterious yellow light. Guttural roars and monstrous cries tore through the air, signaling a terrifying presence. More monstrous bellows reverberated, chilling all who heard them. A horrifying, drawn-out shriek echoed, indicating a creature of immense size and power. An exclamation of surprise or disbelief escaped someone's lips. A sharp, sudden impact resonated, signifying a forceful strike. Someone boasted to Min-seok, claiming their car was tougher than a road roller and implying he should agree. A creature let out another cry as a voice remarked that while road rollers were strong, they lacked mobility, adding that speed was paramount in this instance. The speaker explained that the current predicament stemmed from two unpredictable factors. The first of these unpredictable elements was identified as a devastating cave-in. The designated entry point had completely collapsed, rendering even the subway tracks entirely blocked. With a soft, rustling sound, the speaker introduced the other unpredictable factor. Another soft sound was heard as they pointed to that thing as the second unknown. An unidentified creature, they revealed, was trapped inside the station alongside the survivors. This meant there was absolutely no time to waste, speed was of the essence. A soft, distinct sound punctuated the tense atmosphere. The Gupable station, it was noted, possessed a relatively wide and reportedly still usable ventilation shaft. The mission was clear, they were to infiltrate through that vent and rescue the survivors as rapidly as humanly possible. Inside the station, a chilling sight awaited, people hung upside down, tightly wrapped in eerie, white web-like strands. A bewildered "huh" escaped someone's lips in response to the shocking scene. Disoriented, someone questioned their bizarre predicament, demanding to know what was happening. "Dayun!" A voice shrieked frantically, accompanied by swift, whistling sounds, desperately asking, "Dayun, where are you?" A piercing scream, followed by two heavy thudding sounds, echoed through the confined space. Urgent calls of "Dayun!" and "Miss, are you okay?" were heard, with swift, whistling sounds, as the person continued to shout "Choi Dayun." Another voice demanded to be untied, acknowledging the name Choi Dayun as they spoke. A distressed parent pleaded with a man, asking if he knew their child, Dayun, and if he had seen her, but the man, complaining of arm pain, angrily retorted that he had no idea how he even got there. The demand grew louder, questioning the inaction and insisting, "Untie me already." A man's intense glare fixed on the scene, while an older woman precariously crawled across a web-like surface high above. A voice, tinged with recognition, questioned if the woman was the nosy auntie. A soft, fearful "mom" was uttered, filled with a child's apprehension. A woman and a young boy ran in terror, fleeing from an unseen threat through a dark, dusty, web-filled environment. The woman paused, looking down a damaged escalator or set of stairs within the dark, dust-choked subway station. A warning shout rang out, telling someone not to go down there, with sharp, abrupt sounds, confirming the tracks were blocked. An adult urged a child to hurry, asking what they were doing and provoking a startled reaction from the younger one. The child's voice cried out a warning, "Dad, in front of you." A man watched in utter horror as monstrous figures launched an attack, one of them soaring through the air. A mother's voice, full of reassurance, told Dayun it was okay and that mommy's right here. The mother promised, "Mom, they'll be right there," trying to calm the child. With a pained groan, the mother reiterated her promise, "Mommy will be right there soon." Dayun. From behind, a shadowed figure with broad shoulders stood silently in the dark, foreboding setting. A woman stared up in absolute terror at a giant, grotesque creature that horrifyingly clutched a dismembered body. The woman stood frozen, facing the colossal, multi-limbed monstrosity as it held a human corpse aloft. A child's desperate, prolonged cry for mama tore through the air, filled with agony. The woman whispered in disbelief, "No. This can't be happening," struggling to comprehend the horror. She tried to convince herself, "Yes, this is a dream. A terrible nightmare," she concluded, her voice thick with profound sorrow. A hand adorned with sharp claws lashed out, striking amidst a fiery explosion. A dark silhouette of a figure stood resolutely before a massive, orange explosion, framed by the inferno. Frantic cries of "Monster! Monster!" erupted in terror. Amidst the fiery debris, a crying woman knelt while another woman looked up, her face illuminated by the flames. Someone reported that despite every conceivable effort, they had failed to save a single person. The speaker then prepared to offer a concise summary of the situation. A muscular man with piercing red eyes stood on a dark street at night, a stark figure in the gloom. The speaker began to explain the limitations, stating, with human methods. They delivered the grim truth, "It's impossible," directly addressing Ryu Min-seok. Ryu Min-seok's notable trait was identified as Dami's dad. The monstrous entity was identified as a skinwalker. This creature was known to hunt by incapacitating humans and then mimicking their faces. It was classified as a high-rank, spider-type creature. A guttural, pained cry erupted from the monster's throat. The monster recoiled sharply from a glowing impact, engulfed in a sudden burst of fire. A figure wreathed in flames unleashed a potent, luminous attack, sending it hurtling forward. The creature was violently struck, as debris and fire exploded outward from the point of impact. In essence, its inherent vulnerability lay in one specific element. An unseen force continued to pummel the monstrous entity. The fiery figure landed a forceful punch on the monster, splattering blood and sending debris flying. The monster let out another agonizing shriek. The strategy was to overwhelm it with an inferno, denying it any chance to retaliate. The command was given to finish it in a single, decisive blow. A desperate voice cried out, pleading for the attacker not to harm their child. A man with intensely burning eyes fixed his gaze on the grotesque face of the monster. The monster roared, its gaping maw revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A colossal monster lunged violently through the engulfing flames, targeting a distant silhouette. A woman collapsed to her knees in anguish amidst the blaze, tears streaming down her face. As the monster attacked and the woman fell, the fiery man braced himself, ready to deliver a blow. A pained grunt escaped his lips. The monster shrieked, its mouth agape and its eyes glowing with an ominous red light. The massive monster swung its arm forcefully, the limb wreathed in vibrant flames. The man, engulfed in fire, knelt and braced himself for the impending impact. He firmly declared that regardless of any objections, he would proceed. His inner thoughts affirmed his unwavering trust in his father. Therefore, he urged himself to maintain his composure and face the challenge. A powerful fiery impact shattered the ground, sending shards of debris flying in all directions. The fiery character delivered a devastating blow, triggering a massive explosion. A resonating roar of triumph or exertion filled the air. A soft gasp or exhalation escaped someone. A fist, wreathed in fire, plunged downward with immense force. The character landed a fiery punch directly to the monster's head, causing blood to splatter. A final, gurgling sound emanated from the creature. A resolute thought rejected the monster's previous state. The bloodied monster snarled, its red eyes glowing menacingly amidst the fiery destruction. A high-pitched, terrifying shriek tore through the air. The creature continued to emit a strange, disturbing wailing sound. That repulsive, weeping sound persisted, grating on the ears. A grim declaration stated that from that moment forward, only one type of sound would issue from its mouth. That sound, it was promised, would be a horrifying scream. A close-up revealed the monster's face, splattered with blood, its fangs bared, and its red eyes blazing. The muscular man delivered a powerful punch, a blur of motion and intense fire surrounding him. A pained cry of exertion or agony echoed. An urgent command was shouted to block the incoming threat. The dire warning echoed that their demise was certain if their defenses failed at that point. A bewildered question was posed, doubting the true nature of their attackers. A man, his face beaded with sweat, cast a worried glance to the side. He sputtered in confusion and distress, his voice punctuated by hacking coughs. A voice of despair countered, proclaiming their inevitable doom. Someone sharply commanded the person to cease their negative pronouncements. An exasperated voice demanded to know what new trouble the person was causing. The observation was made regarding the peculiar way the creatures moved. A blood-splattered door dripped slowly, the ominous sound echoing. A group of individuals reacted with terror and profound distress as debris rained down around them. A shocked voice exclaimed that the door had finally given way. A question was sharply posed, demanding to know the identity of an unseen figure. A person hesitated, recognizing the figure but unable to complete their thought. A muscular man strode away from fallen bodies, disappearing into a shroud of dark smoke. Bloodied, dismembered figures, resembling zombies, lay strewn across the ground, enveloped in smoke. This pivotal moment unfolded just prior to the rescue operation at Capable Station. An aerial view showcased a devastated city street, littered with overturned vehicles and scattered debris. A metal grate, marked with blood splatters, sustained a light impact. A sudden exclamation of surprise or alarm was uttered. A bearded man gazed intensely at something out of view, while soldiers stood resolutely behind him in the ravaged landscape. The total count of survivors was confirmed to be 37 individuals. They had been trapped in a perfectly isolated space, where any escape from the zombies was deemed impossible. A silent question hung in the air, a moment of bewilderment. The feat of saving nearly 40 people from within that dire confinement was extraordinary. It was, by all accounts, nothing short of a literal miracle. Consequently, the man referred to as Dad achieved a new status. A woman stood calmly, observing a cheering crowd that surrounded her in an open outdoor setting. He had become widely known as the Man of Miracles. A hooded man, bearing red eyes and battle scars, smiled with confident assurance, raising a hand in acknowledgement. Someone expressed profound astonishment, having found his abilities unusual but not anticipating their true extent, calling him truly amazing. Another person excitedly declared that he had passed, and indeed, perfectly passed, with a hearty laugh. The scarred, hooded man looked to the side, a subtle smile gracing his lips under the warmth of the sun. The woman approached the hooded man, the joyous cheers of the crowd receding into the background. The hooded man smiled softly, casting his gaze downward, his face bathed in the gentle warmth of the sunlight. The woman returned a soft smile, her eyes directed upward and to the side, illuminated by bright light. Two hands, one marked with scars, reached out and gently touched fingers beneath a clear, expansive sky. The hooded man and woman embraced joyfully, enveloped in the bright, comforting warmth of the sunlight. A dire assessment was made in the living quarters, indicating a serious problem. Concerns were voiced about his condition after the mission, noting his persistent coughing and excessive sleep, questioning if the exertion had been too great. Someone reassured him to rest, promising to bring medicine later, addressing him as Sergeant. The distinct sound of a lock clicking into place echoed. A man lay in bed, looking pale and drenched in sweat, a compress resting on his forehead. A close-up revealed the man's face, his eyes wide with terror, his mouth agape, and sweat beading on his skin. A wave of laughter and cheers erupted from the gathering. A hand firmly grasped a cold, sweating soda can, its foamy contents overflowing. Enthusiastic laughter echoed through the night. Someone declared that upon first seeing Ryu Min-seok, they recognized his potential for greatness. They expressed surprise at his exceptional performance, urging him to continue his excellent work. Another voice excitedly suggested that such a successful day called for an all-night celebration. They then proposed that if they were to get too intoxicated alone, they should instead raise their glasses in a collective toast. The toast was dedicated to themselves, those who would endure until the very end. The clinking of glasses punctuated the celebratory atmosphere. Amidst the outdoor night scene, a man with piercing red eyes and a slight cut on his cheek maintained a serious demeanor. He then challenged the other person, asking why they had not inquired about his certainty. He pressed further, questioning why he had been so convinced that their plan would ultimately fail. The other man simply acknowledged his insight, stating he understood. He clarified that he held no interest in mere anecdotes or past accounts. He reiterated his disinterest, emphasizing that stories did not capture his attention. Instead, his true focus lay in the unwavering resolve to rescue people from their dire situation. A bearded man, broadly grinning, held up his beverage can in the dim night light. He confidently asserted that was all that truly mattered. The man with red eyes remarked that the colonel had remained entirely unchanged. The colonel then indicated he had a question he wished to ask. He inquired if their declared destination was indeed Taejun. He explained his own reason for staying, indicating he had work to complete at the brigade. Furthermore, he added another crucial point. He had observed that every instance of his own impatience and haste had invariably led to unfavorable outcomes. He then asked the red-eyed man if he was it. The man reacted with a sudden jolt of surprise. The colonel continued, referring to the thing that was closest in the world. He casually added an observation that Captain Cha was nowhere to be seen. A loud gulp sounded, indicating someone was drinking quickly. A voice addressed someone as Dad. The voice then declared they would proceed first. They promised to return swiftly. 3 figures walked away from a building under the night sky, distant mountains looming behind them. A man with red eyes wore a subtle smirk, a bead of sweat glistening on his face. Someone wondered aloud if he could even manage such an expression, acknowledging that he was still a father, and remarked on the good fortune of having a young father that day. The word Taejun hung in the air, pondered by someone. A voice regretfully informed Ryu Min-seok that he would not be allowed to depart so easily. They added that because of him, they now had the opportunity to formulate a new strategy, referring to it as Lee Cha-pung-ho's plan. Someone nervously addressed the brigade commander, surprised to see that he had brought beer. A stammering voice, punctuated by a series of coughs, struggled to address the brigade commander. A military man appeared shocked, his expression mirrored by other surprised onlookers in the night. Another cough escaped, followed by a declaration that they had encountered a serious problem. 2 silhouettes stood facing away from the viewer, silhouetted against a starry night sky near a building. The man with red eyes took on a serious expression, a subtle sound accompanying his movement. He mused that the closest thing in the world, yet the most challenging to control, was a child. A voice called out to Dami, an intonation of inquiry in their tone. They revealed that they had a question they wished to ask her. They cautiously inquired if she felt no fear, despite his now completely altered appearance. Dami had accepted him as her father without any hesitation. He questioned Dami directly, asking if she truly wasn't afraid of her dad. Dami confirmed that she was indeed afraid. She confessed to living in fear every single day, terrified that he might one day kill her too. But then, she revealed that it had become too difficult to maintain her pretense any longer. She then demanded to know the truth, asking where her real father was. She angrily denounced him as a monster and a bastard. A desperate cry of "Dad!" tore through the air. A concerned woman gripped a shocked man's arm, her worry evident. She questioned what he was doing and what he was so intensely preoccupied with, her words punctuated by a cough. He dismissed her concerns, stating it was nothing significant. She found his response dull, noting his persistent cough and asking if he was alright. He responded that he did not know why it wouldn't stop, then exclaimed that she needed to put something on. He instructed her to go inside, promising to retrieve some medicine for her. A close-up showed the man's face, his red eyes filled with a distressed expression. He called out Ryu Dami, with an inquisitive hum. The man with glowing red eyes lunged aggressively forward, targeting a woman. The woman was violently propelled backward, her body contorted mid-air from the impact. A terrifying scream ripped through the silence. A man took an aggressive stance, his hands glowing, while a woman stood protectively behind him. The woman questioned her father about what was wrong, realizing the gravity of the situation. A crushed insect, its red eyes glowing eerily, became visible on a person's hand. The small, glowing-eyed insect remained crushed, resting on an open palm. Someone bewilderedly questioned if the creature was merely a mosquito. An urgent alert of Code Black was initiated. The command for immediate evacuation blared. The situation was declared a genuine, critical event. The Republic of Korea Army was identified. Someone had known the name Eater, a name the speaker adamantly claimed as their own creation. The speaker recalled their initial impression of the Eater as an unsightly creature with a bulging belly, but after witnessing the spider-like entity this time, they now considered the Eater quite handsome. These creatures, they explained, relentlessly continued to evolve. They grew more cunning, acquiring even greater power with each transformation. A man took a loud, drawn-out drink from a can. Their burgeoning threat against humanity, the speaker emphasized, showed no signs of abating. A man in uniform looked up, his gaze fixed upon an aggressively grinning figure standing before him. That persistent threat, it was unequivocally stated, would never cease. This stark reality was precisely why he had chosen this specific location for their stand. Possessing an astonishing bench press of 230.5 kilograms, he wielded a force that surpassed the capabilities of an entire brigade. He was known as the Blue Hawk, a formidable presence soaring across any battlefield, and they had chosen this place for a crucial reason. A man with glowing blue eyes delivered a powerful punch to a monstrous figure with a wide, gaping maw. It was because, in this very spot, they had him as their ultimate weapon. News quickly spread that zombies had unexpectedly emerged, and to everyone's shock, they were found within the brigade's compound. Urgent commands were issued for everyone to swiftly guide the people towards the safety of the shelters. A frustrated voice demanded to know if any of them harbored a death wish. A terrified chorus of responses quickly confirmed their absolute lack of such a desire. Shouts of command echoed, urging everyone to move quickly and to hurry without delay. A furious exclamation cursed the insidious virus responsible for the rampant chaos. A close-up revealed a man's face, etched with fierce anger and unwavering determination, his eyes glowing intensely. A bewildered voice demanded an explanation for the unfolding horror. A piercing, terrified scream tore through the chaotic air. The horrifying truth was identified, it was a zombie. Blood splattered violently from a fresh, gaping wound on a person's chest. A man delivered a powerful kick, sending several figures flying backward with brutal force. A close-up showed the man, his blue eyes glowing with fierce resolve, gripping a sturdy wooden club. A weapon deeply impaled a creature's torso, eliciting a violent spray of blood. The man urgently commanded someone to go and retrieve his gear. He pressed them to act with immediate haste. A prompt and affirmative response confirmed the order was understood. He expressed his outrage at the creature's audacious rampage, daring to run wild in his domain. The man violently struck a creature with his weapon, resulting in another gruesome splatter of blood. He fiercely declared this area his unquestionable territory. He struck down another zombie, its body contorting grotesquely as blood splattered upon impact. This was the very kingdom, he asserted, that he had painstakingly built. It was the kingdom that Cha Dong-ho himself had diligently established. A close-up captured the brutal moment a zombie's face was struck, teeth and blood flying in a grotesque display. While one man fiercely battled a zombie with a staff, another man cowered in terror nearby. With immense strength, a man delivered a powerful overhead strike to a lurking zombie. A man reacted with sudden surprise as a zombie lunged at him from directly behind. A guttural sound of distress escaped from him. With teeth clenched in grim determination, a man prepared to strike as a zombie attacked him from above. His face contorted, shifting from intense resolve to a wide-mouthed roar of pure aggression. A code black alert blared loudly, commanding everyone to immediately proceed to the shelter. Someone gently reminded Dami of a previous instruction, a faint rustle accompanying the memory. They told her she could not take it off again, and Dami responded, calling out to her dad. Dami then cautiously asked if this situation wasn't a bit too extreme this time, a small thumping sound accompanying her words. Her father inquired about the specific nature of the zombie, and she replied, indicating his awareness. She identified them as Mosky, describing them as super small, mosquito-like zombies, which prompted an exclamation of surprise. She explained that if bitten, the incubation period varied, but the victim would inevitably transform into a zombie. Her father expressed his profound surprise, stating he had never encountered this particular variant, even during his past life. Another voice swiftly dismissed his revelation, questioning its relevance and declaring it inconsequential. The voice then sternly declared Ryu Min-seok's explanation as an unacceptable excuse, interrupting Dami's distressed call for her dad, and emphasizing that Dami's death would signify the end of everything. The Mosky were swarming once more, but it was noted they were merely appendages. The true main body, it was revealed, was located somewhere else entirely. A voice expressed profound bewilderment at this unexpected information. The peculiar term Mosky was repeated with an inquiring tone, seeking clarification. Someone confirmed their existence, explaining they were presumed to be mosquito-type zombies, and strongly advised minimizing skin exposure based on Ryu Min-seok's expert opinion. Ryu Min-seok's name was uttered, laden with significant implication. A bearded and mustached man clenched his teeth, his profile revealing a grim determination. Two men with powerfully muscular backs stood facing each other as the sun began its descent. A distinct sound of annoyance or irritation escaped one of them. One of them questioned what was amiss, then swiftly instructed everyone to cover their skin as much as possible and immediately join the internal suppression efforts. A prompt affirmative response was given, followed by an inquiry about the brigade leader's whereabouts. The answer was delivered with noticeable hesitation and evasiveness. A captain was urgently called out to, causing a sudden jolt of surprise. News arrived of a single zombie outside the brigade, prompting a bewildered question about just one and if they were aware of the chaos inside the brigade itself. The messenger clarified that it wasn't just a matter of numbers, its appearance was notably strange, which led to a question about its appearance. The messenger struggled to adequately describe it, a subtle rustling sound accompanying their hesitation. A lone soldier stood poised atop a high wall, silhouetted against the vast, starry night sky. A close-up revealed the top of a creature's head, covered in many unsettling fine hairs. The creature was tentatively identified as a toad. A monstrous, toad-like creature with intensely glowing red eyes stared directly and menacingly. A blue, fleshy maw with sharp, jagged edges gaped wide in the encroaching darkness. From a low angle, a monster with glowing red eyes and a gaping black mouth presented a truly terrifying sight. A massive swarm of blue and red glowing insects flew rapidly and menacingly towards the viewer. Terrified shouts warned of mosquitoes, a massive swarm spewing forth from the monster's cavernous mouth. A shocked exclamation of disbelief echoed through the chaos. A bright full moon illuminated a vast, horrifying swarm of insects against a sky tinged with blue and red. Another desperate scream of terror rent the air amidst the growing panic. A frantic command urged everyone to run immediately into the safety of the building. A woman, her face partially obscured by a bandana, looked intensely forward with wide, determined eyes. A silhouetted figure, likely the determined woman, leaped gracefully through the air under the brilliant moonlight. Two figures looked up with expressions of profound concern, one's face partially obscured by shadow. One of them recognized the figure, identifying them with a gasp. The voice exclaimed in disbelief, identifying the person as Mr. Ryu Min-seok. He corrected them, stating he was a civilian and reminding them that they were the soldiers in charge. He declared he would not repeat himself, asserting his unwavering intention to remain at his post. A hand reached up, either to grab or adjust a yellow hard hat firmly on a man's head. He confidently assured them not to worry, claiming that in his current state, not even a lion, let alone a mere mosquito, could harm him, then called out to Ryu Dami. He expressed his deep desire for all these people to live, but admitted his own helplessness to achieve it. A person's hand trembled noticeably as it gently touched another man's shoulder. But Dami then softly told her dad that he, uniquely, possessed the ability to act. She pleaded with him, calling him dad, as a powerful impact shattered the ground into countless fragments. A close-up showed the violent aftermath of a strong impact, creating deep cracks and sending debris flying everywhere. Dami urged him to go and save not just her, in this dire situation, but to save absolutely everyone present from the impending danger. His mission was clear, the target was pests, the objective was eradication, and his chosen tactic was flame. Intense flames engulfed the foreground, casting a fiery glow upon a building in the background. Fiery orange and red embers drifted and glowed softly against the dark expanse of the sky. Amidst the chaotic scene of roaring fire and swarming insects, a figure stood holding a formidable weapon. A massive, monstrous creature writhed and burned in a field consumed by intense flames. As the monstrous figure incinerated in the foreground, a character stood facing a sky filled with fire. The warm, glowing red light from the inferno illuminated the man's serious and determined face. A grotesque, orange creature was shown in a close-up, revealing its single large red eye and deformed body. A deep, guttural sound emanated from the creature, signifying its raw power or pain. The squat creature launched into mid-air, rapidly moving with blurring speed lines across a blue-tinged environment. The man in the yellow hard hat gritted his teeth, his expression fierce and etched with anger. Against the backdrop of a starry night sky, the man in a yellow hard hat and jacket looked up with a serious and resolute expression. A sharp, impactful sound punctuated the air as something struck with force. A close-up revealed a foot in a white sneaker landing firmly on a surface, leaving dynamic motion lines in its wake. Inside a vehicle, two characters sat poised with a weapon, a large red exclamation mark hinting at imminent danger ahead. One of them addressed Captain Cha, questioning if the creature they faced was the infamous one. He continued, identifying it as the entity that had plunged their entire brigade into disarray. Then, he pressed further, asking if the captain still possessed the knowledge to defeat such a foe. Captain Cha responded simply, confirming that he did. The first man acknowledged this, stating they would prioritize taking down the creature, then commanded Captain Cha to prepare for what followed. He added that he had a multitude of questions he intended to ask. He warned that if Captain Cha dared to mock him with lies again, he would not overlook the transgression, making sure the message was clearly understood. Captain Cha responded with a silent nod, acknowledging the stern warning. A close-up depicted a heavy boot landing with significant force, generating clear impact lines. From an aerial perspective, an open-top vehicle sped rapidly towards a distant building, marked by visible motion lines. Moonlight bathed a town nestled in a valley, surrounded by towering, forested mountains. At the dark entrance of a rocky cave, a small, squat creature sat motionless. The squat, toad-like creature with prominent red eyes faced forward from within the rocky cave, its gaze unnerving. A high-level zombie, described as multiplying by copying attached organisms, let out a chilling, guttural shriek. More terrifying shrieks echoed from the creature, emphasizing its monstrous nature. The single, isolated shriek resonated through the dark, signaling its presence. A small, squat creature looked up in fear at a shadowy, toothy maw with glowing red eyes that loomed menacingly above it. The small creature faced a monstrous, multi-eyed entity, which displayed a wide, horrifying, toothed grin. This formidable foe was identified as a slider host-type creature zombie. The creature let out a series of frantic shrieks and then hopped rapidly, moving with surprising agility. It was explained that the main body typically hid in dark places like caves or tunnels, making it incredibly difficult to locate amidst its continuous shrieks. Consequently, what they urgently required was a specific strategy. That strategy was defined as a surprise attack. A hand slammed down onto a grotesque, red-eyed creature, shattering rocks around it with the force of the impact. A man stood over the creature, striking it with a powerful attack that glowed with an intense blue energy. A vertical beam of red and blue energy shot skyward, surrounded by swirling white streaks, signaling a massive release of power. A powerful explosion of yellow and orange flames erupted, accompanied by swirling energy, engulfing the area. Behind a masked woman in military gear, who aimed a launcher, a massive explosion illuminated the scene. She acknowledged the instructions, confirming her understanding and commitment to completing the task properly. News quickly spread that the brigade had successfully entered the cleanup phase, signaling progress. With this development, the civilians and the man's daughter would now be safe. It was emphasized that even if new problems arose, the capacity to recover swiftly was directly attributable to strong leadership. This was precisely why he had come to the brigade led by Cha Peng-ho. The other person expressed gratitude for the information, reassuring him that it was fine, and crediting him as the true savior. It was recognized that the rapid suppression was due to an accurate initial response, a decision he had apparently made. The man wondered how the other person knew so much, then reminded them that the ordeal was far from over. He warned with a roar that if they failed to eliminate the host creature, the entire brigade would again face grave danger. The other person conceded, agreeing that questions could wait and prioritizing the immediate destruction of the creature. He confirmed his role, asking if he simply needed to block its escape route, to which the other person confirmed that giving it no opening was crucial. However, he sensed something more, a subtle pause in the conversation. He was then told that merely blocking its escape would not be sufficient. Its biggest characteristic was soon to be revealed. The creature's defining trait was an excessive rate of reproduction. It continuously multiplied its attached organisms, and their sheer numbers were incredibly difficult to estimate accurately. They formed a biological connection structure, meaning even if the host was killed, the attached organisms could regenerate it, a revelation that prompted a gasp of disbelief about a seemingly impossible situation. Yet again, the other person paused, suggesting a solution. He was then asked if he possessed a method to overcome this challenge. He confirmed, stating that he did. A man in a white shirt and blue jeans lunged forward with a determined expression, ready for action. With powerful force, the man punched the ground, creating cracks with a glowing blue impact. A small figure stood amidst a powerful blue energy explosion, seemingly unfazed by the destructive force. A person in military gear stood resolutely before a massive, broken rock formation under a glowing sky. A terrifying, monstrous face loomed ominously over a pile of small, red-eyed creatures. The method to halt its relentless multiplication was surprisingly simple. They needed to trap it and then, without pause, simply keep killing until it ceased to exist. The speaker declared this plan to be perfect. He then stated his intention to eliminate them all in one decisive strike. A woman in a white t-shirt looked shocked, held firmly by a glowing hand. A person wearing a hoodie, mask, and goggles extended a gloved hand towards the viewer, an enigmatic gesture. The speaker declared that his anger burned with an intensity too hot to contain. Amidst a red-tinged, chaotic scene, a person fiercely fought against multiple grotesque creatures. A person stood before a collapsed rock pile in a serene blue forest, a stark contrast to the previous chaos. Someone called out in disbelief, questioning the identity of the crazy bastard and uttering the first part of Ryu Min-seok's name. They continued, questioning if they were truly expected to support Ryu Min-seok starting today. Another voice exasperatedly asked if they still didn't understand, emphasizing that Ryu Min-seok was not just their brigade's answer, but the very answer for all of humanity. An urgent voice called out for Captain Cha to respond. The voice continued, demanding to know Captain Cha's current location and what was transpiring. In a blue forest, a woman in military uniform held a radio, her face etched with concern. A voice expressed profound surprise or disbelief at the incoming information. Sunlight illuminated a winding path through a lush green forest, revealing a small rock slide. A desolate, rocky landscape was bathed in a fierce orange-red glow from the sky, creating an apocalyptic vista. From the broken ground under an orange sky, a blood-stained, monstrous hand emerged, signaling a horrifying return. A digital readout displayed the time taken, 18 hours 26 minutes 34 seconds. The astonishing number of attached organisms that the slider had multiplied was then listed. The total counted an overwhelming 7,127,446 entities. All of those countless entities had been utterly destroyed. A powerful, fiery red entity's arm was depicted with dynamic motion lines, conveying immense speed and force. A red, monster-like hand with sharp claws was dynamically rendered within a white-bordered panel, showcasing its deadly power. A muscular man with glowing eyes and red patterns stood amidst a fiery, chaotic background, a figure of formidable power. This incredible feat of destruction was accomplished by a single transcendent being. Under a starry night sky, a tall watchtower stood sentinel against distant mountains. A voice began to call out, stopping abruptly after uttering the first syllable. Soldiers in camouflage stood on blood-stained ground under a dark night sky, surveying the aftermath. The voice finished its question, calling out for the brigade commander. Soldiers in camouflage stood upon the blood-stained ground, their gazes fixed on an unseen figure under the ominous night sky. One soldier began to call out, the first syllable barely escaping his lips. He then completed his question, calling out for the brigade commander. A profound shock rippled through the group as they discovered a man sitting casually, eating snacks on the very blood-stained ground. The man munched on his snacks, asking why they appeared so bewildered, even wondering if they had seen a ghost. One soldier exclaimed in disbelief, recalling the radio reports that had clearly stated the brigade commander was in grave danger. The commander chuckled loudly, amused by their worried expressions, noting how fierce they appeared. He reminded them of their previous day's frustration, when they had been agitated because he had ignored their advice. He teased them further, observing that now they were worried he might die, before letting out a soft sigh, acknowledging their concern. The brigade commander explained that he had single-handedly blocked all the zombies in the plaza, using nothing but his bare hands and no equipment. Thanks to his intervention, all the civilians had been able to evacuate safely from the threat. He admitted to getting a little hurt, making the situation slightly dangerous, and joked that the radio must have cut out, lamenting that he was not as young as he once was. One soldier muttered under his breath about the monster of an old man, feeling foolish for worrying, and then quickly remembered others were listening, scolding himself for speaking disrespectfully to a superior. Another soldier then interjected, expressing confusion about a new development. He questioned why the commander had arrived alone, asking about the whereabouts of Min-seok. He specifically asked if the commander had managed to take care of the toad main body zombie. Meanwhile, a female soldier stood resolute amidst numerous bodies in a desolate outdoor setting under the night sky. She recalled the words the brigade commander had spoken just yesterday. He had proclaimed that Ryu Min-seok was humanity's ultimate answer. She pondered this statement, accepting it somehow despite its weight. A man in uniform offered a gentle smile as he stood beside a serious woman wearing a red roka shirt. A bare-chested man stood at the end of a track, observed intently by a woman and several other figures. A shirtless blond man with glowing red eyes, covered in blood, gazed directly out with a chilling smile. She reflected that she was beginning to understand the situation a little more clearly now. She then acknowledged the gravity of the present moment. Someone awkwardly tried to start a conversation, remarking on the rising temperatures, then presented a drink they claimed had fallen from the other person's pocket, offering it kindly. The person mentally screamed in frustration, feeling unable to proceed with their intentions. They felt themselves losing their mind, struggling to figure out how to act naturally in the situation. They recognized the person as Captain Cha, wondered why she was alone, then dismissed it, questioning if it was even their concern. They debated whether to give her the item, then adamantly decided against it, reasoning there was no point in giving anything to someone who had lied to them. Still, despite their internal conflict, they felt it was proper to at least say hello. They admitted that Ryu Min-seok had indeed saved the brigade, a fact they couldn't deny. A surprised exclamation escaped someone's lips, catching them off guard. They then noticed the brigade commander and Ryu Min-seok together, wondering what they were doing. This new situation seemed perfect, making a three-person interaction less awkward, and spurred them to quickly go give her the item. They began to speak, trying to get her attention, indicating an immediate concern. Someone questioned what they had just heard, demanding clarification. The speaker firmly confirmed that they meant exactly what they had uttered. They announced their intention to leave that very evening with Dami. A muscular man with a beard, dressed in a black shirt, stood with his hands on his hips, facing another man intently. He conceded that he couldn't stop them from going to Taejun, but pleaded for them not to leave so abruptly, reminding them of their previous commitments. He warned that if a creature more vicious than the slider appeared, everyone in their brigade would perish. He implored them to stay just a little longer, until their brigade could build up more strength. The person responded with a stark question, challenging the premise of his request. They questioned why they should act for the brigade, asserting that the lives or deaths of its people were irrelevant to them. They concluded their statement by declaring that it had absolutely nothing to do with their concerns. A woman then walked purposefully past two surprised men, leaving them in her wake. One of the men expressed disbelief, questioning if her words were truly serious. She responded with a simple, unequivocal affirmation. She clarified that the only thing that held importance for her was Dami. She reiterated that whatever fate befell the others, it had no bearing on her. A close-up showed a woman's lower face, her lip bitten firmly, revealing a determined expression. Someone questioned her identity, murmuring Cha Hai Ri. A close-up revealed a man's face in profile, looking down with an almost serene expression. A crushed blue and white beverage can lay discarded on the green grass, emphasizing a moment of frustration or finality. He inwardly chastised himself, acknowledging the bond forged through shared life-or-death experiences, telling Cha Hai Ri to get a grip and questioning what she expected from a monster. He believed Hai Ri felt an attraction towards him, a thought that made him consider himself crazy. He resolved to sever the burgeoning feelings of attraction before they could deepen, for their mutual good. He reasoned that by doing so, she would also be kept safe from harm. Someone warned Ryu Min-seok to be careful with his decisions. They advised him not to push her away so coldly, urging him to think about the situation more rationally. They questioned if he truly believed Taejun would be safe in such a perilous world. They suggested it would be better to work together to transform their brigade into the strongest possible shelter. He admitted that it was a good proposal, and with both him and the colonel involved, it would not be an impossible task. However, he firmly stated that there was simply no time left to pursue such a plan. He recalled that in his previous life, it had taken 10 years for the slider to appear. This time, however, it had appeared in only 10 days, and he feared what would happen if other high-level creature zombies emerged at the same rapid pace. He concluded that their current location would collapse before they could possibly strengthen it enough. He declared his decision with unwavering resolve. He reaffirmed that he and Dami would be departing. They would go to Taejun that very day. Amidst destroyed buildings under a starry night sky, a glowing, organic-looking creature began to rise. A truly monstrous creature, riddled with many red eyes and sharp teeth, glared menacingly forward. A large, multi-headed monster with numerous red eyes and sharp teeth stood imposingly among a host of smaller zombies. The massive multi-headed monster and several zombies ravaged a ruined city at night. A man in a construction vehicle faced the ruined buildings under a dark blue sky, his expression grim. A close-up showcased a grotesque monster, its many eyes and sharp teeth splattered with fresh blood. A powerful burst of white and red energy exploded, filling the frame with streaks of dynamic motion. He reiterated his decision for Dami and him to go to Taejun that day, calling out urgently to Ryu Min-seok. He then proposed an alternative, stating that he would also make a suggestion. He intended to present his proposal directly to the colonel. A powerful convoy of military vehicles, including tanks and a road roller, advanced steadily along a desolate road. A bright orange explosion, filled with fire and flying debris, consumed the foreground, signaling intense combat. Several zombies were engulfed by a violent, fiery explosion, their shrieks of pain echoing through the chaos. He addressed the colonel, asking if he too was curious about something specific. He spoke of the concept of the most perfect shelter. He suggested that such a shelter was the colonel's ultimate dream, and he moved to make his case. A man with silver hair looked out from a vehicle, his gaze fixed, as a girl was visible in a distant truck. A smiling girl, wearing a helmet and jacket, gave a confident thumbs up from inside her vehicle. He urged them to confirm the truth with their own eyes, together. This confirmation concerned the survival of the Taejun shelter itself. Thus, the Taejun expedition team made their official departure. Feminine legs emerged into view, each adorned with pistols strapped securely to the thighs. The scene unfolded at the north end of the Miho River. A colossal, slimy, slug-like creature began to ascend from the murky water, electrical discharges flickering around its head. An unearthly, guttural shriek echoed, a monstrous sound that vibrated through the air. Amidst heavy rain and flashing lightning, the immense slug-like creature continued to writhe and push its way out of the water. A man exclaimed, marveling at the sheer scale of the monstrous entity before them. He observed its immense weight and viscous appearance, identifying it as a high-level slug-form creature zombie. A low, unsettling hum and gurgle emanated from the creature, as its defining characteristic, poison, flowed freely from its entire body. He warned that even the slightest contact with the creature's body would prove fatal. Another voice questioned their course of action, noting it was the sole remaining bridge to Taejun and that the creature was nocturnal, meaning they could not delay. He explained that exposure to ultraviolet rays caused the creature's secreted poison to harden, drastically reducing its agility. He then revealed that if they severed the protruding part in the center of its head while it was incapacitated, they could kill it. He calculated they had 2 hours until sunrise, hoping the rain would cease by then, and confirmed there were no other biological threats nearby. The commander decided they would rest there, instructing his soldiers to first maintain their armor, to which they promptly agreed. 4 soldiers stood in the persistent rain, their military gear laden, as one meticulously tended to a case with a whirring sound. One soldier muttered, finding the situation incredibly suspicious, prompting another to demand clarification. The first soldier then uttered the name, Ryu Min-seok, as the source of his unease. He questioned how Ryu Min-seok possessed such extensive knowledge about zombies, scoffing at the idea of him being merely an expert as a camera clicked nearby. He wondered if Ryu Min-seok had experienced the outbreak before everyone else, expressing disbelief that the brigade commander, despite dwindling ammunition, blindly trusted him. He added that the brigade commander was aging, suggesting his judgment might be faltering. Another soldier intervened, reminding him that such thoughts were disrespectful to their respected brigade commander. A sudden, sharp shriek pierced the quiet. A soft thud echoed as someone collapsed. An exclamation of surprise followed the sound. A voice complained about a sore butt, attributing the pain to constant crouching. Ryu Min-seok called out Dami's name. Dami shrieked, collapsing with a thud, prompting Ryu Min-seok to frantically ask what was wrong. She expressed annoyance at his sudden appearance from behind, but then softened, explaining she was worried Dami might be hungry. Dami instructed him not to appear so suddenly, letting out a small, questioning sound. She explained she was still struggling to get used to his new daddy's face. Ryu Min-seok quickly apologized to Dami. He then asked if he truly didn't resemble her daddy. Dami responded with a puzzled sound. She hesitated, then uttered another confused sound, stifling a small sniffle. She stumbled over her words, explaining that he had changed significantly and it was hard to see him as her daddy, despite her gratitude. Ryu Min-seok inwardly chastised himself, realizing he was rambling and not asking the real question that weighed on him. He reflected on a persistent question in his heart that he dared not ask, fearing Dami's potential answer. The unspoken question was why she had accepted him as her daddy, even after he had transformed into a monster. Dami then offered a simple answer, focusing on his eyes. She explained that his eyes remained unchanged. He questioned her, thinking she meant his current red eyes or if his eyes used to get bloodshot, then quickly corrected himself, realizing it wasn't about that. Dami recalled a time when she was 7 years old, making a small chewing sound. She spoke of the painful day they had said goodbye to their mother. She continued, stating that from that day onward, her daddy had always possessed those particular eyes. She described them as eyes that conveyed she was the most pitiful person in the world. And they were eyes that constantly seemed filled with an unbearable sorrow. She admitted that seeing her daddy like that had always genuinely annoyed her. She asserted that the truly most pitiful person in the world was, in fact, her daddy. She recounted that 2 weeks prior, when the front door had opened and someone covered in blood had entered. A muscular man with a bloodied back had stood before a woman sitting on the floor. She began to explain, trailing off. She had seen those same eyes once more. She then spoke of the only person in the entire world who looked upon her with such undeniable warmth. A smiling woman, her long dark hair damp from the rain, stood in a white and red hoodie. That person, she affirmed, was her daddy. Suddenly, a giant, tentacled monster, its mouth agape, loomed menacingly against a bright blue sky. A command to fire erupted from someone. Multiple gun barrels unleashed a torrent of bullets, punctuated by bright muzzle flashes and ejected shell casings. The monster reeled as explosions and projectiles slammed into it, sending debris scattering through the air. A series of guttural roars and pained screeches emanated from the wounded beast. A man swiftly scaled the side of the immense monster's body. With incredible agility, a man wielding 2 large axes leaped high above the monster's head. The blond man, his axes held high above his head, seemed suspended momentarily in the air. He then descended rapidly, his 2 axes glowing faintly and pointed directly downwards. The blond man plunged downwards, his axes engulfed in an aura of impending impact. Someone murmured in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the impossible feat unfolding before them. Inside a tank, a soldier reached out and tapped another soldier on the head from behind. He acknowledged the doubts about Min-seok, but questioned Jae-han if the current situation allowed for choices. The giant, heavily bloodied monster was visibly collapsing, its massive form crashing towards the ground. A massive splash erupted as something immense crashed into the water below. He continued, stating that in this living hell, all they could possibly do was to place their trust in that man. He emphasized that they had no other viable option. A blond man, his face bloodied and eyes glowing red, stood in profile, his expression grim. He recalled the first attempt to reach Taejun. It had taken an arduous 378 days to achieve that goal. This knowledge came from his 100th previous life. A close-up revealed a dirty, blood-splattered shoe resting on the ground. He noted that only 14 days had passed since the zombie outbreak this time. He declared that he had finally arrived. A bearded man and a younger soldier stood in a sunlit outdoor setting, their faces etched with alarm. The blond man, his red eyes unwavering and a scratch marring his face, gazed forward with intense seriousness. The city Min-seok had so desperately hoped for now lay before him. Rewinding the clock, the narrative shifted back 11 days to the 3rd day of the zombie outbreak. Specifically, events unfolded in the Dong district of Taejun. A radio crackled to life, announcing the presence of Alpha Unit. A large black boot ruthlessly stomped down on blood-splattered ground, crushing zombie remnants beneath it. A voice reported hostiles neutralized, confirming a successful defense in Yuzeong-gu, Taejun, at 10:47 a.m. A triumphant soldier exclaimed to their commander that the Taejun line was secure, prompting a questioning confirmation. Inside the Gyeonggi Joint Chiefs of Staff Command Center, the grim reality was that nearly every unit sent to other metropolitan areas had been wiped out or lost contact. Amidst the widespread devastation, Taejun emerged as the sole remaining stronghold. A commander inquired about the status of V1, noting a lack of contact since the Hold Your Ground broadcast an hour prior. Frustration mounted, expressed by a sharp expletive. The infection had spread with terrifying speed and breadth, appearing utterly unstoppable. Questions of how to combat such an overwhelming crisis, and whether this signaled the end of South Korea, hung heavy in the air. Yet, against all odds, in a mere 3 days, they had achieved more than simple survival. The commander pondered the reported successful defense with a hint of skepticism and awe. A realization dawned that this unexpected success could only be attributed to the renowned Blue Hawk Unit. Alpha Unit reported its intention to expand operations into Dunsan District and requested authorization. A military officer in a blue-lit command center listened intently to the walkie-talkie transmission. Authorization was swiftly granted, with a stern command for Alpha to complete its mission at all costs. Alpha confirmed receipt of the orders. The commander conveyed their absolute reliance on Alpha, emphasizing that the unit was their last remaining hope. He stated that if Alpha could defend Taejun until the very end, then, once again, the possibility would arise for them to fight back, a scene underscored by heavily armored soldiers standing resolute in a devastated urban area before a futuristic building. The moniker Zombie Papa appeared, hinting at a central figure. Someone addressed Min-seok, asking for an explanation about their surroundings. He remarked that the Taejun Min-seok often spoke of was vastly different from his expectations. A close-up revealed a man's surprised eye, a bead of sweat tracing a line on his brow. He then confessed that the reality was far superior to anything he had imagined. The city surpassed his wildest dreams. He finally understood Min-seok's persistent praise for Taejun, declaring that it completely shattered all his previous expectations. Overwhelmed, he expressed disbelief that such an intact city still existed, feeling a sudden surge of emotion. A younger voice confirmed the reality of it all, acknowledging that Taejun was already as Dad had described. A man with an intense and concerned expression gazed intently to the right. The younger voice paused, questioning the use of Dad. A man clenched his jaw, his eyes narrowed with an intensity that spoke of deep emotion. A sense of unease settled over him, something felt distinctly wrong. He recalled how, after the outbreak, every city in South Korea had fallen, and Taejun had initially been no exception. Yet, against all odds, it had launched a fierce counterattack. Taejun had slowly pushed back, reclaiming ground, though upon his first arrival, only 3 districts had been secure. Now, however, an unprecedented number of districts stood fortified. This remarkable transformation had occurred in a mere 14 days. A persistent, cold unease gnawed at his thoughts. His instincts, honed by 100 past lives, began to whisper warnings. The unsettling message was clear: something was profoundly wrong. He instructed Ryu Dami to listen carefully, eliciting a puzzled sound from her. He ordered her to remain by his side at all times, demanding her understanding. Dami hesitated, then confessed that her dad was frightening her. Someone abruptly cut off the discussion, citing a lack of time and ordering everyone to gear up immediately, threatening consequences for tardiness. They decided to investigate the situation together. A soldier addressed the colonel, who responded with an inquiring sound. The soldier tentatively requested permission to make a brief report. The colonel questioned if there was an issue, to which the soldier hesitantly replied that it might or might not be. The soldier recalled their earlier journey from Sejong, specifically mentioning a wide plain they had crossed. A military tank was seen driving along a road, bordered by a field of tall grass under the setting sun. While at that location, the soldier explained, he had witnessed something peculiar. He described massive lines etched across the land, as if something enormous had been drawn. The colonel expressed surprise about the lines, prompting the soldier to explain their immense scale, making them unnoticeable from the ground, which had led him to deploy a drone. He then presented the drone's findings. The colonel gasped in astonishment at the colossal picture revealed by the drone, questioning who would create such a thing there. Suddenly, a sharp, impactful sound filled the air. Someone angrily questioned Ryu Min-seok's actions, complaining of pain from a blow. A close-up showed a man's face, his eyes obscured by dark shadow, conveying palpable tension or distress. He stammered, attempting to articulate his realization about the image. Simultaneously, in another part of Taejeon, near Expo Tower in Dorongdong, events were unfolding. A report confirmed 10 suspicious individuals near Suyangsan Mountain, and a search team had been dispatched. In a large, dark room, a figure stood facing a window, gazing out at a moonlit scene. The figure issued a command to bring the individuals back without fail and to treat them with the utmost honor. 3 individuals, 2 men in military gear and a woman, stood in a sun-dappled, forested area. The mysterious figure stated that only then would she be pleased. A sharp gasp or jolt of surprise was conveyed. In retrospect, he acknowledged that he had not realized the significance of these events at the time. He reflected that the gnawing dread he felt was a premonition of the great wave of challenges he was about to confront. These unprecedented challenges were to unfold for the first time, right there in Taejeon. The city that he had so desperately yearned to reach. A fragile flame had once flickered precariously in the relentless wind. Just 2 short weeks prior, their situation had seemed utterly dire. They had been as vulnerable as candles before an unstoppable storm, their light on the verge of extinguishing. The collective grief was immense, as they had lost beloved families and friends, and with them, all hope and joy seemed to be cruelly snuffed out. Then, with a sudden click, something shifted dramatically. It was then that a new figure had appeared before them. He had materialized, offering a beacon in their despair. His name was proclaimed as Baek Do-hyun, a powerful presence. A man with an unsettling intensity grinned wildly, sharp teeth bared, sweat beading on his skin. His name echoed again, Hyun. This individual, clad in a crisp white suit, crouched dynamically, an aura of action surrounding him. He had addressed the citizens of Taejeon, declaring that their survival was no mere accident. He proclaimed them to be the last, enduring flame of their ravaged land. The crowd had erupted in a fervent chant, hailing him as Lord Baek Do-hyun. The name Baek Do-hyun resonated with passionate cries from the assembled masses. He had then made a solemn vow to them all. This final flame of hope, he pledged. He would protect it to the very end. He swore to defend it until the absolute conclusion. Again, the crowd had roared his name, Baek Do-hyun. The man in the white suit raised his arm triumphantly, as countless eyes watched him from below. Ryu Min-seok observed this strange development with growing unease. He felt a deep sense of wrongness about the situation. A spectacle of this magnitude was profoundly disturbing to him. He saw a close-up of the blindfolded man, mouth agape in a wide, unsettling smile. And the very existence of a man like Baek Do-hyun was equally perplexing. In his numerous past lives, even the formidable Blue Hawk unit had been revered. Yet, in this reality, they were shockingly reduced to mere subservient figures. What was even more baffling was the identity of their leader. The supposed leader of the once proud Blue Hawk unit now seemed compromised. The renowned hero, Shin Ji-woo, appeared to be part of this unsettling arrangement. Min-seok pondered what kind of unforeseen variable had so drastically warped this version of Taejeon. He desperately wondered about the true identity of this charismatic figure, Baek Do-hyun. Baek Do-hyun had then announced a special celebration for the citizens that day. He urged them to participate, his voice ringing with authority. The blindfolded man on stage smiled widely, his mouth open as he addressed the audience. Suddenly, a blue smoke cloud or explosion rapidly expanded, scattering debris across the area. A choking cough broke through the sudden chaos. Min-seok quickly asked if Dami was all right, his concern evident. He questioned the source of the disruption, identifying it as a smoke grenade. An extreme close-up revealed the intense, red eye of a male character staring resolutely forward. Another muffled cough escaped amidst the spreading smoke. A more prolonged, hacking cough followed, indicating the severity of the airborne irritant. Amidst the confusion, the man in the white suit collapsed, an armored figure immediately pointing a gun at his head. A person in a gas mask and tactical gear took aim with a firearm, their target clear. A close-up showed the blindfolded man in the white suit, now with a trace of blood near his mouth. Horrified cries erupted, lamenting the apparent injury to Lord Baek Do-hyun's head. The crowd screamed, utterly shocked by what had just occurred. The devastating realization spread that he had been shot. Someone in the crowd furiously denounced the attacker, demanding an explanation for their heinous act. A moment of stunned silence followed the shocking revelation. Then, a voice stammered out the name of the assailant, Shin Ji-woo. Disbelief rippled through the onlookers at this unexpected twist. Whispers spread, questioning if the attacker truly was the renowned Shin Ji-woo. Shin Ji-woo then urged the citizens to come to their senses, proclaiming that the deception was over. He desperately tried to make them understand the truth of the situation. He pleaded for them to open their eyes, revealing that Baek Do-hyun had deceived them all. Meanwhile, a bloodied man stood defiantly over several fallen armored figures, one of whom lay prone on the ground. A voice observed with astonishment that Baek Do-hyun was miraculously getting back to his feet. The crowd gasped, recognizing their leader, Lord Baek Do-hyun. A wave of exhilaration swept through them as they realized he was miraculously alive again. Min-seok watched, acknowledging the man's name with a sense of dread. He muttered about the monstrous nature of Baek Do-hyun, sensing a dark power. Baek Do-hyun, now seemingly recovered, declared the day to be truly blessed. He loudly proclaimed that the vile demon had attempted to assassinate him, Baek Do-hyun. He announced that the demon, Shin Ji-woo, would finally face justice. The sentence was clear, Shin Ji-woo would be executed. The crowd turned on Shin Ji-woo, furiously denouncing him as a demon and mocking his failed attempt to defeat their leader. They screamed for divine judgment to be executed upon the perceived demon, demanding retribution. The unified roar for judgment reverberated through the assembly. A subtle movement indicated the shift in the unfolding drama on stage. A massive crowd watched intently as Baek Do-hyun and several other figures stood on a stage, their images projected onto a large screen. Baek Do-hyun addressed the citizens, offering his profound gratitude. He attributed his miraculous return from the brink of death to their unwavering presence and support. He declared them, with dramatic flair, to be the true citizens of the Miracle City. 5 individuals gazed upwards at the speaker, their faces radiating admiring smiles. A voice recounted a tale of the goddess of Jiryang descending into their collective hearts. She had rekindled the dying flame within them, miraculously bringing it back to life. This shining history, the voice continued, was to be proclaimed to all mankind. The bloodied man, arms outstretched, addressed the wildly cheering crowd, while stern guards stood nearby. He proclaimed them to be the final flame and the undying light. The crowd roared its devotion, celebrating Taejun with fervent cries. A bearded man watched with intense focus, while a long-haired woman cast a wary glance sideways. A dark blue-haired man stared with narrowed, determined eyes, surrounded by lines conveying his intense focus. The collective roar of the crowd intensified to a fever pitch. They chanted the Miracle City with overwhelming enthusiasm. A man with piercing red eyes looked down intently, as streaks of rain seemed to fall across the scene. A persistent question continued to revolve in his thoughts. He reflected on the strange incident he had recently experienced. This particular occurrence seemed distinctly different from any previous strange appearances. He wondered if he could truly be the only one. Could he be the sole individual perceiving these unsettling truths? The deep anxiety he felt when observing Taejun finally made sense. A sudden realization struck him with immense clarity. Every event he had witnessed until now began to align. Like a complex puzzle, its intricate outline was slowly being revealed. The pieces were now assembling, presenting the truth directly before his eyes. A man with piercing red eyes and a distinctive scar on his cheek stared resolutely ahead. He concluded that Baek Do-hyun was unsettlingly similar to himself. He recognized Baek Do-hyun shared his unique, monstrous nature. Baek Do-hyun was, in essence, a zombie. He decided it was imperative for them to depart immediately. He urged the brigade commander for a swift return to their brigade. Meanwhile, 4 men had gathered in a hotel room, with 2 seated on the bed, 1 on a chair, and another resting on the floor. One voiced his unease, agreeing that something was fundamentally wrong with the place, despite its impressive infrastructure. He acknowledged the exceptional electricity and water supply but noted the disturbing mental state of the local populace. Another passionately denounced the mayor, Baek Do-hyun, describing the blindfolded man in the white suit as utterly bizarre. He recalled the recent show with the exploding head, expressing extreme disgust and questioning if it was indeed just a performance. Others confirmed it was a staged fake, an act orchestrated with the black-haired man who had dramatically entered, verifying they had witnessed it clearly. Elsewhere, a man in a camouflage uniform knelt, covering his mouth amidst the chaotic, smoke-filled environment. He remembered the scene on stage where a gun had been pointed directly at the man's head. Unsettlingly, Baek Do-hyun had been smiling throughout the ordeal. One of them fumed, recognizing the staging, deception, and incitement as classic manipulation, noting the upcoming execution ceremony. He suggested it would be prudent for them to avoid involvement in these affairs. Jaehan's observation struck a chord, making them flinch at the thought of remaining there. He declared that staying would only lead to unnecessary complications and ordered everyone else to leave. He specifically commanded only Ryu Min-seok to remain, dismissing everyone else. One of the men questioned the brigade commander's unusual instruction. The sound of a door closing echoed, leaving a tense silence in its wake. Inside, a blond man offered a subtle smile, while a dark-haired man remained seated on a bed in the background. 2 men sat distantly in the hotel room, their backs turned to one another. The brigade commander then issued a direct demand for information. He asked if Baek Do-hyun was indeed the same type of monster as Ryu Min-seok. Ryu Min-seok confirmed the brigade commander's suspicions, acknowledging his ability to discern such a presence. He elaborated that Baek Do-hyun, like Ryu Min-seok, possessed an emanating non-human quality. The brigade commander then accused Ryu Min-seok of knowingly arriving there, implying he was complicit in Baek Do-hyun's deception. Ryu Min-seok firmly denied the accusation. He explained that turning the brigade commander into an enemy would pose a significant danger to Dami as well. Ryu Min-seok revealed that Baek Do-hyun was an unpredictable variable even in his own understanding. After a moment, the brigade commander acknowledged his understanding. He concluded that they had reached a firm decision. He declared their intention to return to the brigade. He expressed his unwavering trust in the robust foundation of the brigade he had established. He admitted that Taejun's impressive infrastructure was indeed tempting. He recognized the considerable power inherent in this location. Yet, a significant caveat remained regarding their stay. As long as Taejun remained engulfed in its current madness. Just as his men had observed, becoming entangled would only lead to unnecessary trouble. Ryu Min-seok affirmed his agreement with a succinct reply. The brigade commander reiterated his consensus, accepting the situation. Their conversation then shifted to the Expo Science Park. Someone reacted with surprise and incredulity to the new topic. A man dressed in white stood at a bus stop, observed from over a soldier's shoulder. He introduced himself, stating his name was Ryu Min-seok. The other person recognized him as one of the new citizens who had arrived the previous day. He then began to make a request, pausing mid-sentence. He hoped the other person could relay a message on his behalf. In a modern office, two men sat facing each other across a substantial desk. One of the men addressed Ryu Min-seok by his full name. He asked if Ryu Min-seok had heard the recent news circulating. Ryu Min-seok inferred that this was why he had been allowed certain liberties. The blond man with red eyes offered a subtle, knowing smile. Ryu Min-seok continued, adding a crucial condition to his previous statement. He considered whether this place was truly a massive operation. He referred to the cult-like groups operating within the city. He stated his intimate knowledge of such organizations and their methods. He warned that if certain events unfolded, individuals could suffer severe harm. He added the grim possibility of death as a consequence. Furthermore, he presented another critical point for consideration. He posited that if Baek Do-hyun shared his unique existential nature, he believed that Baek Do-hyun must have felt something similar to him. Someone abruptly interjected, demanding he get to the main point and explain his intentions. Ryu Min-seok declared his plan to reveal his identity to Baek Do-hyun first thing tomorrow morning, hinting at his military background. The other person reacted with shock, questioning the bizarre nature of his proposed method. Ryu Min-seok clarified that he would introduce himself in his own way. He planned to do so differently, establishing himself as an existence that couldn't be carelessly challenged, implicitly stating they were alike. He asserted that only one such being should exist in Taejun, proclaiming himself chosen by the goddess. He then added that Baek Do-hyun was chosen in the same manner as himself. He further clarified, referring to himself and Baek Do-hyun as creepy existences. The other person sought clarification, asking if Ryu Min-seok claimed to be the same as Baek Do-hyun. He specifically questioned if Ryu Min-seok was a proxy of such power. Ryu Min-seok confirmed that he was indeed a proxy. The other person pondered his words deeply, considering the implications. He eventually acknowledged the situation with understanding, the pieces falling into place. Suddenly, a character dressed in white launched an attack, causing a vivid red impact on another figure. The attacker furiously denounced the claim of being equal to Baek Do-hyun, demanding a demonstration of power. They challenged him to prove whether he was truly chosen by the goddess, or if he was merely a deceitful, cunning demon with an empty boast. The blindfolded man stood, streaks of blood staining his face and chest, a stark image in the dim light. A pungent odor registered, a disturbing question forming in his mind. He recoiled from the foul, nauseating stench, recognizing it as utterly alien to his experience. A growing frustration pulsed within him as he desperately sought the source of the overpowering smell. Meanwhile, a brightly glowing, white silhouette of a person stood starkly against the encompassing darkness. The blindfolded man, seemingly drawn by an unseen force, advanced toward the glowing and shadowed figures in the obscured room. The blindfolded man directly demanded to know the other's name. The other individual began to respond, hesitating slightly as he gathered his thoughts. He then introduced himself clearly, stating his name was Ryu Min-seok. Baek Do-hyun noted that the revolting stench, which had clung to Ryu Min-seok since the previous day, had now become utterly unbearable. He revealed that he had found the situation suspicious enough to have already planned to summon them all that very day. Baek Do-hyun expressed his surprise that Ryu Min-seok had appeared unbidden, questioning the meaning behind his presence and recent words. He challenged Ryu Min-seok directly, demanding proof of his assertion that they shared the same unique nature. He insisted Ryu Min-seok demonstrate whether he possessed a true divine blessing or was merely a deceptive, glib demon. A close-up revealed the blindfolded man's face, etched with profound seriousness. Suddenly, the blindfolded man in white unleashed a powerful, arcing swing, initiating a fierce confrontation. The blindfolded man in the white suit extended an open hand, his gaze intense as he anticipated the next move. He then fixed his gaze upon the other man, who stood amidst the rapidly destroying room, the debris already beginning to settle. The man with glowing red eyes, his form splattered with blood, clenched his fist tightly, an ominous dark energy emanating powerfully from him. A low, guttural roar escaped him, filled with raw power and growing intensity. In a swift, brutal motion, the red-eyed man launched himself into the air, delivering a fierce kick to his already falling, blindfolded opponent. An explosive impact erupted, characterized by brilliant blue energy and a chaotic shower of shattered debris. Outside, Kim Sang-chung, the deputy mayor, startled by the sudden, violent noises, questioned their origin with alarm. His subordinate stammered, explaining that while they heard sounds from the office, the mayor remained unresponsive to their calls, causing further panic. The deputy mayor, furious, commanded them to break down the door immediately, questioning their readiness to accept responsibility if harm befell the mayor. The subordinate, trembling, reminded him of the mayor's strict orders to remain outside, citing an important discussion with a citizen Ryu Min-seok. The deputy mayor, unfamiliar with the name, inquired about Ryu Min-seok's identity with a perplexed expression. Unaware of the commotion outside, the two characters continued their explosive, blue-tinged battle within the office. The men in white suits moved with incredible speed, exchanging a flurry of rapid blows in a dynamic, high-stakes fight. The red-eyed man, his suit now blood-splattered, delivered another powerful, bone-jarring kick to his reeling opponent. The sheer force of a powerful impact generated an explosive shockwave, propelling both characters violently through the air. Baek Do-hyun, now bloodied and still blindfolded, struggled to regain his footing amidst the severely damaged room. He cast his gaze downward, his posture suggesting a moment of defeat or profound injury. Baek Do-hyun acknowledged Ryu Min-seok's prowess, admitting a grudging respect after witnessing his performance. He declared that Ryu Min-seok was decidedly unlike Shin Ji-woo, whose prior displays had been mere bluster. He dismissed Shin Ji-woo as someone who possessed only empty words and lacked any true power. Despite the admission, he firmly rejected the notion that he and Ryu Min-seok were truly the same, a subtle shift in his demeanor betraying his deep-seated conviction. Ryu Min-seok observed this, a silent question forming in his mind regarding Baek Do-hyun's change. A close-up revealed a single red eye, framed by brown hair, burning with an intense and resolute determination. Suddenly, a monstrous, red-eyed visage loomed ominously over both characters, radiating an unsettling dark energy. Baek Do-hyun, with a decisive gesture, declared his intention to demonstrate his true power. He vowed to reveal the overwhelming nature of the blessing. An ethereal vision flickered into existence, a woman transforming into a radiant, angelic being, ascending triumphantly from a burning stake. This blessing, he asserted, had been truly bestowed upon him by the goddess herself. Moments later, the man in the blood-splattered suit stood calmly in the severely damaged room, the door now closed once more. The deputy mayor, having finally gained entry, called out to him with frantic concern. Baek Do-hyun turned, feigning mild surprise as he inquired about the deputy mayor's unexpected presence. The deputy mayor, aghast, demanded to know if the mayor was all right, pointing out his ruined clothes and the devastation of the office. Baek Do-hyun smoothly explained that their discussion had become heated, offering a casual apology for causing concern. The deputy mayor, flustered, quickly dismissed the apology, expressing his profound relief at the mayor's safety before a new thought occurred to him. Ryu Min-seok, who had silently observed the exchange, then interjected, reminding Baek Do-hyun that he had yet to fully answer his own earlier question. Ryu Min-seok repeated his pointed question, demanding to know the true reason for Baek Do-hyun's current attitude. Baek Do-hyun reasserted that he had given explicit orders for everyone to remain outside, challenging Ryu Min-seok on his reasoning for disregarding them. The deputy mayor, misinterpreting the query as being directed at him, stammered out an explanation about the loud crash and his subsequent concern. Baek Do-hyun's expression suddenly sharpened, realizing the deputy mayor had misunderstood. A slight, knowing sound escaped him, indicating a subtle shift in his perspective. Ryu Min-seok then directly challenged Baek Do-hyun, demanding clarification on his underlying implication. Ryu Min-seok calmly explained that there had been a misunderstanding. His earlier statement of being like Baek Do-hyun did not imply equality. Instead, Ryu Min-seok clarified, he saw himself as a brother, also blessed by the same divine entity. He then declared his intention to follow Baek Do-hyun, offering his subservience. The blood-splattered man with red eyes offered a slow, menacing smile, a hint of dark amusement playing on his features. Someone, still processing the earlier fight, questioned if Ryu Min-seok genuinely intended to win Baek Do-hyun's favor. Ryu Min-seok conceded that if kneeling, as he had once done before the questioner, was what it took, then he would indeed do so. He coolly observed that individuals in positions of power often appreciated such displays of submission, interrupting an unspoken thought. He unequivocally stated his necessity for Baek Do-hyun's favor, as it was the only way to depart Taejun without inciting utter chaos. Baek Do-hyun considered the proposition, a potential threat now pledging loyalty, an offer far too tempting for him to simply disregard. A silent conclusion was reached. Baek Do-hyun would undoubtedly accept this unexpected offer. Baek Do-hyun abruptly accused Ryu Min-seok of outright lying. He meticulously outlined Ryu Min-seok's supposed treacherous plan, gaining trust, securing protection, and then betraying him. Baek Do-hyun scornfully challenged Ryu Min-seok, questioning if he truly believed Baek Do-hyun would succumb to such an obvious ruse. Ryu Min-seok, surprisingly, countered with a bold question, essentially asking what if his accusations were true. He continued, suggesting that even if his intentions were as Baek Do-hyun claimed, it would ultimately change nothing due to Baek Do-hyun's superior strength. He elaborated, explaining that any attempt at betrayal would inevitably fail because Baek Do-hyun already distrusted him and possessed greater power. Ryu Min-seok asserted his sole priority was the safety of his companions, vowing never to jeopardize them. He then challenged Baek Do-hyun to reconsider, asking if, given his priorities, his words still seemed deceitful. Baek Do-hyun murmured the title, the sole prophet, a flicker of thought crossing his face. A short, exasperated laugh escaped Baek Do-hyun. He found Ryu Min-seok's candidness irritating yet intriguing. He confessed that the more Ryu Min-seok spoke, the more he found himself developing a peculiar liking for him. Baek Do-hyun finally consented, accepting Ryu Min-seok and guaranteeing his companion's safety, even offering him a special assisting position. Ryu Min-seok reacted with a subtle, questioning expression, perhaps surprised by the generosity. Baek Do-hyun continued, adding a significant detail to his offer. He casually revealed that the position of deputy mayor had conveniently become vacant. He then introduced a crucial condition: Ryu Min-seok would first need to pass a specific test assigned by him. A warning echoed in Ryu Min-seok's mind: if Baek Do-hyun was indeed a cult leader, his methods would prove darker than anyone could imagine. Baek Do-hyun pressed him for a definitive answer, asking if citizen Ryu Min-seok would accept the formidable test. The relentless shouts for execution echoed through the public square. The cries of "Execute! Execute!" reverberated with chilling intensity from the gathered crowd. The people roared their demands, urging the immediate execution of the condemned. A fervent mob called for the execution, their voices unified in a chilling chorus. Under the harsh glare of spotlights, a large crowd had assembled around a wooden stake, piled high with kindling. The masses demanded the destruction of the demon, repeatedly chanting the name Shin Ji-woo. Elsewhere, a concerned individual, known as Zombapapa, stood in contemplation. A voice offered a glass of wine to another, attempting to lighten the somber mood. The offer was politely declined, the recipient indicating they were fine without it. A young woman pleaded with a colonel, desperate for answers after all they had endured together. She frantically demanded to know her father's whereabouts, lamenting that no one would give her a straight answer. A dawning horror spread across her face as she suspected something terrible had befallen him, questioning what was truly happening. The colonel, with a quiet sigh, addressed his men, receiving a crisp acknowledgement in return. He then commanded them to take Min-seok's daughter and escort her back to safety. The daughter, Dami, refused to be placated, demanding to know why she was being kept in the dark, certain that something had happened to her father. The colonel, frustrated and exasperated, uttered a curse under his breath. Meanwhile, Baek Do-hyeon addressed the gathered citizens of Taejun, his voice carrying across the square. He declared that the execution ceremony was to commence, inciting a roar from the crowd. The throng responded with renewed fervor, demanding the execution of Shin Ji-woo, the demon. But then, Baek Do-hyeon paused, signaling a preamble to his main statement. He continued, speaking of the vile demon, Shin Ji-woo. A gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd as someone questioned the mention of the deputy mayor. Baek Do-hyeon confessed that until that very morning, his heart had been burdened with deep regret. He proclaimed, however, that his sadness had now lifted. He began to introduce the one who would take on a significant role. From a set of stairs, a blindfolded man in a white suit descended, drawing all eyes. Baek Do-hyeon dramatically announced the newcomer's name. He pronounced the first syllable, Ryu, followed by the second, Seok, confirming the identity of Ryu Min-seok. Ryu Min-seok, blindfolded and dressed in his white suit, turned his head slightly, revealing a distinct red mark on his cheek. The execution ceremony was now fully underway. It was the ritual specifically designed to burn Shin Ji-woo alive. Baek Do-hyeon remarked that, typically, such an honor would have been his to claim. He then addressed Shin Ji-woo directly, his voice cutting through the air. To slay a demon, he declared, was the sacred destiny of those chosen by the goddess herself. He then turned to Ryu Min-seok, accepting him into this divine purpose. For men in the crowd, their eyes wide with excitement, raised their arms in enthusiastic celebration. Far from the cheering, a muscular man with a beard and a black choker glared with intense disapproval. He uttered a sharp exclamation of disbelief. He decided he had heard enough of the proceedings. The muscular man forcefully pushed another man in a white suit, causing a visible shockwave of impact. He asserted that such an action was simply not possible. As long as Baek Do-hyeon maintained his grip on power in Taejun, he explained, their options were limited. He contemplated the implications of their presence there. His concern, he clarified, was for us, not humanity at large. He adamantly declared that he held no interest in the concept of humanity. He would readily discard it all in a moment if necessary. Back at the square, a towering inferno dominated the foreground, its flames reaching high into the night sky. Massive flames billowed dramatically against the dark backdrop of a city building, illuminated by an eerie blue sky. A torch or weapon handle was enveloped in a fiery explosion, accompanied by a cacophony of Korean sound effects. A chilling scream of pure agony tore through the air. The crowd erupted in triumphant shouts, exclaiming that the burning was complete and their victory achieved. They celebrated, convinced they had successfully eliminated the demon, Shin Ji-woo. An intense fiery explosion flared, emphasized by sharp, black sound effect text. The crowd continued to cheer wildly, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. Ryu Min-seok, blindfolded and dressed in his white suit, stood holding the now flaming torch. Baek Do-hyeon, the other blindfolded man, placed his hand upon Ryu Min-seok's head in a gesture of consecration. In the name of the goddesses chosen, Baek Do-hyeon declared Ryu Min-seok's new role from that moment forth. Ryu Min-seok was to serve as Baek Do-hyeon's hands and feet, and Baek Do-hyeon inquired if he accepted this charge. A close-up framed Ryu Min-seok's lower face, neck, and collar, awaiting his response. Ryu Min-seok's resolute reply confirmed his acceptance. Baek Do-hyeon then rallied the citizens, urging them to raise their voices in cheers for their new deputy mayor, Ryu Min-seok. The crowd looked up at the figure on the high platform, their cheers echoing loudly. The name Ryu Min-seok reverberated repeatedly through the square as the crowd chanted. Later, a modern high-rise building stood starkly illuminated against a dark blue night sky, signifying a shift in time and location. Baek Do-hyun bid Ryu Min-seok a pleasant evening, pointedly addressing him by his new title, Deputy Mayor. Ryu Min-seok, still in his white suit, watched as 3 armed soldiers departed. With his back to the viewer, the man in the white suit with long dark hair remained, a figure of quiet purpose. Baek Do-hyun, the blonde, blindfolded man in the white suit, was seen in profile. Ryu Min-seok, from behind, faced a group of 5 individuals dressed in military fatigues. In front of large doors, the man in the white suit adjusted his black head covering, preparing for his encounter. He extended a greeting, expressing his pleasure at meeting them. He was addressing the commander of the Blue Hawk unit, under the Jiryong Joint Command, none other than Shin Ji-woo. 4 of Ryu Min-seok's companions, including the bearded man, appeared deeply concerned by this revelation. One of them voiced a sharp observation, suggesting Ryu Min-seok must indeed be insane after all. Ryu Min-seok internally affirmed that for Dami's sake, he would discard humanity without hesitation, but clarified this instance was different. He urgently told his companions there was no time, instructing them to listen carefully. His plan, he explained, was to earn Baek Do-hyun's trust that very night. Simultaneously, he intended to surreptitiously swap out Shin Ji-woo, thus saving him from certain death. A massive fire consumed the lower part of the frame, with distant structures visible above the inferno. A muscular, glowing figure advanced, surrounded by intense, consuming flames. Ryu Min-seok concluded that his plan was unique. It was a feat, he believed, that no one else could ever hope to accomplish. Ryu Min-seok offered a sincere apology to Baek Do-hyun for his minor delay. Baek Do-hyun acknowledged the late arrival, speculating that Ryu Min-seok had likely not found much rest after the night's intense events. Baek Do-hyun confessed that even he found the previous night's occurrences unforgettable, describing Ryu Min-seok's unwavering judgment against the demon as exhilarating. He then issued a stern reminder for Ryu Min-seok to ensure punctuality in the future. Baek Do-hyun made a pointed analogy, implying his disdain for subordinates who defied his commands and ensuring Ryu Min-seok understood his meaning. Ryu Min-seok quietly affirmed his understanding of the implicit threat. Baek Do-hyun then suggested they enjoy some tea, noting they still had time before the upcoming ceremony. He confidently proclaimed that the inauguration ceremony for their new deputy mayor would be a magnificent spectacle. Casually, Baek Do-hyun added that Shin Ji-woo had been thoroughly consumed by the flames. He mentioned a rumor, however, that one part of her remained, likely her. The mention of a right arm hung in the air, completing the unsettling thought. Shin Ji-woo privately reflected that he had believed himself prepared for anything. Yet, he admitted that some experiences remained incredibly difficult to acclimate to. He then addressed the man he knew as Mr. Ryu Min-seok. Ryu Min-seok apologized for his own tardiness, explaining that evading watchful eyes during his journey had been challenging. Shin Ji-woo reassured him that his delay was acceptable. He then acknowledged a profound debt, stating that without Ryu Min-seok's intervention, Shin Ji-woo would have surely met his demise already. Ryu Min-seok, still bearing ash in his hair, remarked on the surprising effectiveness of their hastily conceived plan, though admitting it was not as flawless as Shin Ji-woo's typical strategies, and the whole ordeal had been pure torture. He recounted the immense difficulty of standing before Baek Do-hyun while simultaneously suppressing his own furious rage. Through that excruciating experience, Ryu Min-seok came to a definitive realization. He determined with certainty that he was incapable of killing Baek Do-hyun himself. Acknowledging this, Shin Ji-woo turned back to Ryu Min-seok, having drawn another conclusion. Shin Ji-woo asserted that Ryu Min-seok possessed the capability to eliminate Baek Do-hyun, an assertion Ryu Min-seok questioned. After a moment of thought, Ryu Min-seok stated that now, as deputy mayor, he lacked any motivation to harm Baek Do-hyun. Shin Ji-woo quickly clarified that Ryu Min-seok should not misunderstand his actions, explaining he had saved him simply because he possessed the means to do so. He starkly added that had there been no avenue for rescue, he would have ended Ryu Min-seok's life without a second thought. Despite this, Shin Ji-woo expressed a growing curiosity about Ryu Min-seok. He directly questioned Ryu Min-seok's intense determination to kill Baek Do-hyun. Shin Ji-woo acknowledged Baek Do-hyun's cruelty, but pointed out his role in protecting Taejun. Ryu Min-seok countered sharply, asking Shin Ji-woo if he truly believed himself to be any different from Baek Do-hyun. With a surge of controlled force, a man in a white shirt punched a heavily damaged, blood-stained object. Ryu Min-seok challenged Shin Ji-woo, questioning his awareness of Baek Do-hyun's current activities within the city. He pressed Shin Ji-woo further, demanding to know if, during his tenure, Shin Ji-woo had observed even one citizen moving freely through the city streets. Outside, a dark, rain-streaked city building stood, its large window reflecting the muted light of the oppressive atmosphere. The phrases "the last flame" and "the hope that never dies" hung in the air, propaganda slogans often heard. They echoed the fervent cry, "Oh, Taejun," and the accompanying declaration, "Oh, Miracle City." Ryu Min-seok passionately declared that despite Baek Do-hyun's actions, the citizens remained confined within their homes, rigid and expectant, like puppets awaiting his next public address. Shin Ji-woo let out a heavy, ragged breath, processing Ryu Min-seok's accusations. Reluctantly, Shin Ji-woo conceded, admitting that Baek Do-hyun had indeed protected the city with an almost unbelievable power. A figure wearing a gas mask, with a single eye visible, emerged against a background drenched in red and rain. Shin Ji-woo confessed that he had even entertained the thought that Baek Do-hyun might truly be capable of restoring Korea itself. Ryu Min-seok's voice held a knowing tone, suggesting that Shin Ji-woo's sentiment echoed a familiar pattern of misplaced trust. A sudden, sharp sneeze broke the tense atmosphere. Shin Ji-woo looked quizzically at Ryu Min-seok, surprised by the unexpected interruption. Ryu Min-seok recounted his time fighting alongside Baek Do-hyun in Taejun's defense, but admitted a lingering unease. Despite an expanding defense zone, alarmingly few survivors were ever found. He continued, explaining that during a scouting mission near Maebongsan, his squad stumbled upon an abandoned warehouse, and inside, they made a horrifying discovery. A man in military gear, wearing a headset, showed a horrifying, pained expression, his teeth gritted in shock. Ryu Min-seok chillingly concluded that within that warehouse, they had unearthed the truth. An unsettling, grinding sound filled the air, resonating with a disturbing rhythm. A person's face appeared in a tight close-up, contorted in distress, its features eerily distorted and bathed in a dark blue hue. Shin Ji-woo, recognizing the horror in Ryu Min-seok's words, asked if he too had witnessed such a sight. A distressed voice repeatedly screamed Baek Do-hyun's name, growing in intensity. A soldier, clad in tactical gear, screamed in profound distress, clutching their weapon tightly. A monstrous, blood-splattered figure with piercing red eyes launched a swift, blurring attack. A hand appeared in a close-up, wiping fresh blood from a person's mouth. Shin Ji-woo pleaded earnestly with Ryu Min-seok. He insisted that Ryu Min-seok was the sole individual capable of restoring the shattered city. Ryu Min-seok coldly dismissed the plea, stating he would pretend he had not heard such a dangerous proposition. Shin Ji-woo desperately warned Ryu Min-seok that should he defy Baek Do-hyun within the city, he could no longer guarantee his daughter's safety. He then humbly declared himself no hero, but merely a father striving to survive with his child. A sudden realization or alarm flashed across Shin Ji-woo's face. A young voice, revealed to be Damis, softly called out for her father. Shin Ji-woo stammered Damis' name, startled by her presence, then quickly offered her toiletries for washing up, trying to appear normal. He tried to retract his previous statements, but Dami innocently claimed she had heard nothing. Ryu Min-seok decided to depart, while Shin Ji-woo awkwardly wished Dami a good night's sleep. Dami then turned to Ryu Min-seok, addressing him directly. She questioned if he truly believed Baek Do-hyun. A scarred man with unsettling red eyes gazed intently to the right, his expression grim and resolute. Had absolutely nothing to do with him, completing her provocative question. A man in a suit, distinguished by a unique head covering, offered a subtle, knowing smile. Phrases like Taejun expedition team and escape from Taejun confirmed were heard, hinting at covert operations. Ryu Min-seok later probed Shin Ji-woo, asking if he had noticed anything peculiar during Baek Do-hyen's rallies, where every single citizen of Taejun was present. A man's gloved hand tightened into a resolute fist, signifying building tension. The gloved hand then extended, fingers splayed, glowing with an intense, raw energy. Ryu Min-seok continued his inquiry, asking why, among all the countless people. A man with dark hair and a stern, unyielding expression stared straight ahead. There were conspicuously no young women to be found in the crowd. A powerful impact violently struck the floor, sending debris and shockwaves rippling outwards. A blurred figure with intensely glowing red eyes was captured mid-motion, engaged in a violent act. A character, wearing a bandana and displaying a wide, unsettling grin, exuded intense, shadowed emotion. A dark, red-eyed figure launched a brutal attack, sending another person flying through the air amidst a spray of blood. The scene ended with a close-up of a man's blood-splattered face, his eyes fixed with an unervingly intense gaze. A sharp, commanding call for attention echoed through the area. Immediately, figures snapped into a respectful salute. By 9:32 a.m., the Taejun expedition was underway, notably without Ryu Min-seok. A deep, resonating hum reverberated through the air. One member wondered aloud if their departure had truly been this effortless, questioning if their fears had been unfounded. Another quickly countered, observing that rather than always being easy, things had simply become easier, expressing surprise. They pondered if movement had always been this unrestricted, questioning the stern expressions of the armed guards they had encountered. The speaker mused about why the guards would have worn such intense, unyielding faces. It became clear that those individuals had simply received commands they were absolutely forbidden to disobey. Despite the circumstances, a voice expressed disbelief at Ryu Min-seok's appointment as deputy mayor, suggesting it seemed excessive and that other affiliations or methods for his escape might have existed. Then, with an exasperated sigh, the speaker implied the listener simply didn't understand. In response, a calm voice asserted that this particular strategy offered the highest chance of success. The highest success rate was for the critical chance of Dami's safe survival, as Ryu Min-seok cared nothing for his own fate so long as his daughter remained safe. Suddenly, an adult sharply called out to a child. The adult asked if the child was worried about the man left behind, reminding her that Min-seok had promised to return soon after handling something. They offered further reassurance, stating there was no need for concern. The child quietly began to speak about her father. She described him as a man who had always lived foolishly, constantly enduring hardships and blows. Even when blameless, he was perpetually the first to apologize, a trait she confessed she genuinely disliked about him. But then, with a sudden, swift sound, she recalled an incident from when she was in middle school. A heavy, thudding impact resounded, marking a pivotal moment. She recounted one particular time when he had utterly transformed into a completely different person. She had never witnessed her father so enraged. It was an unprecedented experience in her life. She then revealed that just last night, she had seen that identical, furious expression once more. A young girl stood nervously in a doorway, casting an anxious glance over her shoulder. She referred to the face she had witnessed. It was the same expression she had seen back when she was in middle school. With a trembling voice, she declared she would no longer ask how or why, only pleading for one piece of information. Her father, she desperately asked, would he truly return safely? A light, reassuring tap sounded. The adult affirmed his return, saying he would never abandon such a sweet, worrying daughter, and then speculated she was upset. They acknowledged their delay in speaking up, then firmly promised that Min-seok would indeed return very soon. The child responded with a silent nod. Elsewhere, a muscular, bearded man gripped a steering wheel tightly as he drove. Suddenly, a moment of slippage caused a jolt. A close-up revealed a hand, sweat beading and dripping from its tense fingers. The man silently vowed that he would never doubt Min-seok. However, he cautioned Min-seok to be extremely careful. For Baek Do-hyun, that particular man, presented a formidable threat. A man with glowing red eyes and blood streaking his face stared forward with grim determination. He concluded that Baek Do-hyun would certainly not be an easy opponent to handle. A man dressed in a white suit plunged dramatically through the air. He then landed or braced himself, his body moving with dynamic force. A furious voice demanded to know why. Baek Do-hyun raged, having pushed the other person so hard himself. He questioned why, despite his efforts, he had been betrayed, his anger boiling with intensity. The other man retorted that he had never, not once, been on Baek Do-hyun's side. He asserted that not even for a single moment had he aligned himself with Baek Do-hyun. The blood-splattered man with glowing red eyes lunged forward with immense power. He definitively declared that he had never been on Baek Do-hyun's side. One man delivered a forceful punch to another's face, splattering blood through the air. Baek Do-hyun let out a sigh of mock sadness, lamenting that someone supposedly blessed by a goddess had transformed into such a filthy demon, calling it truly tragic. He then taunted his opponent, asking if he had forgotten that his own power far surpassed theirs. He declared with unwavering confidence that his opponent could not possibly defeat him. A blood-covered, blindfolded man in a white suit struck a dynamic and defiant pose. A shocked exclamation escaped his lips as a resounding crash echoed. The man in the white suit was forcefully struck, sending debris scattering violently around him. The ground shattered under the impact, ghostly white outlines highlighting the scattered debris. The bloodied, blindfolded man now sat defeated amidst the surrounding rubble. He stammered in shock, questioning what had just happened. The man with glowing red eyes launched an attack of incredible speed and devastating force. The back of a man's head, adorned with long, messy hair, was visible as he gazed upward. He exclaimed in utter disbelief at the astonishing speed of the attack. Desperately, he pleaded for the attacker to wait, indicating it was not yet time. A character in a white suit was depicted mid-action, striking something with visible impact lines. He cried out in disbelief, convinced that the other man's power had definitely been different. Before, he had barely possessed enough strength to move a single finger. The blindfolded character, bloodied, gritted their teeth in an expression of intense pain. He questioned how the opponent could have possibly grown so strong in such a short amount of time. A character in a white suit, enveloped in a glowing red aura, prepared to strike with their hand. He realized that merely escaping would be insufficient, as Baek Do-hyun would relentlessly hunt them down to the very end. Even Dami, he understood, would not be safe from his pursuit. He concluded there was only one path: he would end Baek Do-hyun's life right then and there. The character with glowing red eyes and an emanating aura charged forward, launching an intense attack. A pained scream tore from someone's throat, accompanied by a desperate plea to wait. A sharp exclamation of surprise escaped someone. Two characters in white suits soared through the air, locked in fast-paced combat. A subordinate cried out to the deputy mayor, questioning his actions, then anxiously asked if Sir Baek was all right. Another startled exclamation cut through the air. A blindfolded character screamed in agony, their face splattered with blood. A character in a white suit sprinted swiftly across a modern, sparse floor. The character in the white suit leapt forward, striking the ground with a powerful impact. A close-up showed a character's blood-splattered face, set with fierce determination mid-action. A blurred image captured a character being violently thrown or struck with immense force. A character in a white suit knelt, seemingly defeated, on a severely cracked and damaged floor. A character with piercing red eyes and a battle-worn yet determined expression stared straight ahead. A muscular, dark figure stood menacingly, observed from over another character's shoulder. With incredulity, the menacing figure declared that he had taken what was trash and made it shine, questioning how it now dared to threaten his end. He issued a cold, confident challenge to try. He vowed to reveal the profound depth of the goddess' love for Baek Do-hyun. He had once preached a doctrine of law and virtue. He had claimed to embody the virtuous truth of pure whiteness. He had declared he was not a mere god. Instead, he positioned himself as one set apart, an individual capable of anything. He asserted this was his true identity. He commanded others to follow and worship him. Baek Do-hyun promised to save all who believed in him. A gaunt man, with long dark hair and a white tank top, stared ahead with wide, unseeing eyes. A sudden realization, or perhaps confusion, had registered in his mind. Urgent calls for Baek Do-hyun echoed through the chaos. Disciples exclaimed that the believers had descended into madness and ran wild, demanding if this was the prophesied destruction and pleading for salvation. Amidst the pandemonium, another voice questioned the sudden silence, wondering if something had befallen him and urging him to appear. A chilling, gleeful sound pierced the air. Panic-stricken followers desperately asked if Baek Do-hyun was alright, begging him to save them. A man frantically shoved bundles of cash from an open safe into a bag, observed by stunned onlookers. A voice, laced with disbelief, questioned Baek Do-hyun's actions. He sharply commanded someone to move. A cry erupted that the cult leader, Baek Do-hyun, was escaping with the money, urging others to catch him. Baek Do-hyun struggled, shouting for them to release him and proclaiming his identity. He stammered, insisting he was a god. A blood-curdling scream tore through the scene. Another agonizing scream echoed, full of terror and pain. A voice declared that she was now enraged. It was proclaimed that the goddess of Jiryeong was furious at the wicked deeds of the cult leader Baek Do-hyun, whose heart had been corrupted by a demon. They demanded his lying eyes be gouged out and his corrupted flesh burned, hoping to appease the goddess' wrath. Baek Do-hyun desperately pleaded for someone to save him. His pleas continued, filled with terror. He cried out for salvation. A close-up revealed a smiling, golden-haired figure adorned with ornate jewelry and possessing glowing eyes. An abstract, vibrant background of orange and red fire streaked across the vision. A jolt of intense surprise rippled through the onlookers. A group of people gazed upward in horror at a night sky consumed by fire and smoke, hanging ominously over the mountains. A man with wide eyes and a surprised expression registered profound shock. Baek Do-hyun affirmed that he was the one permitted to stand apart. He claimed to be the one so loved that everything became possible for him. A male character with long hair and menacing red eyes smiled amidst swirling flames. He declared himself the true agent of the goddess. Meanwhile, a monstrous, bloodied figure crouched menacingly in a dark, empty room. Intense speed lines and sharp angles conveyed a powerful, swift movement or impact. The monstrous, bloodied figure attacked, lunging downwards with predatory force towards a man. Covered in blood, the monstrous, red-eyed figure attacked with blurring speed. A choked exclamation of pain or surprise escaped someone. A sudden, sharp realization dawned. A towering, monstrous figure with glowing red eyes loomed ominously over a small man below. The powerful, monstrous figure swung its arm with immense force and blinding speed. A gasp of pain or wonder escaped someone's lips. Another jolt of shock or disbelief coursed through the air. A powerful impact created a deep crater, sending debris scattering with visible speed lines. A scream of utter shock or terror resonated. A man was brutally struck, sent flying through the air, his blood splattering outwards. Two figures were launched through the air, speed lines indicating the powerful impacts they endured. Another figure plummeted through shattered debris and dust, marked by the lines of impact. A scornful voice questioned if that was truly the extent of the opponent's abilities. Baek Do-hyun expressed disappointment, asking Ryu Min-seok if he dared oppose his given love with such weak power. A sudden understanding or shock gripped someone. Baek Do-hyun exclaimed that he finally understood. He realized why the goddess would send a wicked demon like Ryu Min-seok to him. A glowing white figure lay face down against a stark, dark red background. He declared the goddess had trusted him, and no one else, to be the apostle who punished those who defiled her blessing. Baek Do-hyun cried out to the goddess of Jiryang, begging forgiveness for only now understanding her will. He vowed to judge the sly demon and anyone connected to him, even the child who carried his blood. He promised torment so profound that they would beg for death. Baek Do-hyun declared he would be the one to deliver this ultimate judgment. From a top-down view, a glowing figure descended rapidly towards a blurred, panicked face. The word now hung in the air, signaling the moment of action. A muscular figure hovered mid-air, poised above a bloody person lying helpless on the ground. The muscular figure leaped, soaring above a bloodied person crumpled on the ground in a brightly lit room. Meanwhile, a masked figure crouched in a bright, futuristic room, meticulously holding a device. The masked man stared intensely forward, device still in hand, his focus absolute. A close-up revealed a monstrous face, glowing red eyes piercing through a mask of blood. An extreme close-up showcased the enraged face, its red eyes blazing with fury. The muscular, bloody figure lay stunned on the ground, reeling from a recent impact. The blood-covered muscular figure knelt on the ground in the brightly lit room, clearly incapacitated. A bewildered sound, laced with confusion, escaped his lips. He questioned if he was experiencing shadow vision. It was explained that damage to the optic nerve could cause a type of sight, either congenital or acquired, that only perceived the outlines of moving objects. While their sensory nerves were much sharper than normal, their visual recovery was several times slower, and there was one crucial thing people with this vision had to avoid. The masked figure had initiated a deliberate visual action. Baek Do-hyun angrily demanded an end to the worthless tricks, telling his opponent to stop talking and reveal himself. A sudden stagger or disorientation struck him, accompanied by a jolt of surprise. It was revealed that a strong light and loud noise could deliver a direct shock to the brain, sometimes triggering a neural seizure. Furthermore, if an individual possessed a nervous system far beyond human limits, the effect became exponentially more agonizing. Baek Do-hyun wondered if this was why all his nerves were reacting so wildly. He cursed, realizing with disbelief that his opponent had orchestrated the entire situation. He understood that first, the opponent had feigned fighting only with strength to provoke him. This had forced him to awaken his full power, then, the opponent had pretended to be overwhelmed by his strength. He questioned if all these actions were meant to lure him to this specific location. He asked if every single detail had been a part of the opponent's elaborate plan. Baek Do-hyun called out Ryu Min-seok's name with furious realization. Ryu Min-seok conceded that Baek Do-hyun's strength and speed truly surpassed his own. He acknowledged that Baek Do-hyun was clearly deeply loved. Then, with a subtle movement, Ryu Min-seok posed a question. He began to speak of the power to protect. A hand, covered in subtle lines and scratches, began to glow with bright energy. Ryu Min-seok asserted that the power to protect was stronger than any power merely received. He emphasized that it was much, much stronger, speaking as Ryu Min-seok, the dedicated father. 3 hours and 27 minutes had passed since the initial confrontation. A bloodied man in a white shirt slumped, covered in gore and painful scratches. Another bloodied man, his eyes glowing red, delivered a powerful punch, streaks indicating its immense speed. A sickening squelch echoed, a sound of gruesome impact. The name Baek Do-hyun was spoken, marking his continued presence. A masked man in tactical gear stood, rifle at the ready, his gaze fixed intently. A heavy thud signified a grim declaration, something was unequivocally beyond recovery. The bloodied man stood over a mangled, bloody mass, the battle seemingly over. The mission concluded with the report, Ryu Min-seok had eliminated Baek Do-hyun, codenamed Zombie Papa. Someone voiced profound surprise, admitting they never expected to see Baek Do-hyun brought down in such a state. Ryu Min-seok was lauded for his truly astonishing achievement. He humbly credited Captain Shin, acknowledging the crucial help and invaluable information provided about Baek Do-hyun. Captain Shin, however, dismissed the praise. Even with Baek Do-hyun's vision blocked and suffering from a neural seizure, the challenge had been immense. There was no conceivable way Baek Do-hyun would have succumbed easily to their initial plan. Suddenly, a blond man violently struck a bloodied mass with immense, undeniable force. A shocking realization dawned: the blond individual was, in fact, stronger than Baek Do-hyun. Two men, one still covered in blood, stood grimly over a mangled, bloody body. A dismembered, blood-splattered body lay grotesquely spread out on the ground. A smiling woman with golden hair and ornate jewelry watched with an unsettling serenity. A commanding voice pierced the air, urging the fallen to rise. A violent, blurred, blood-splattered explosion erupted from the very ground. Chaotic lines of red and black depicted intense, bloody motion, a blur of violence. Dense, abstract lines of red and black conveyed the overwhelming force of an extreme, devastating impact. Two men stood on a blood-stained floor, dismembered body parts eerily floating around them. A man with dark hair and sharp eyes gritted his teeth, his hand tightening around a weapon. A dark, organic mass with numerous limbs loomed menacingly over the two figures below. A grotesque, dark, swirling mass, speckled with red flecks, entirely filled the chaotic scene. Disbelief filled the air that Baek Do-hyun was still alive, transformed into a terrifying tardigrade, a high-tier variant resembling a tardigrade. Someone paused in shock, demanding clarification from Min-seok, who then confirmed his certainty with a sharp intake of breath. Min-seok gravely declared that the monstrous entity was, in fact, a creature. Utter disbelief washed over the speaker at this startling revelation. The shocking truth emerged: Baek Do-hyun's true nature was that of an elite creature. A sharp, urgent command rang out: run. If the creature was indeed a tardigrade, its incredibly dangerous special trait was about to manifest. The large, grotesque creature steadily approached the two men who lay incapacitated on the patterned floor. A massive, dark, smoking entity towered ominously over the two figures sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, a bustling crowd gathered for the Daejeon deputy mayor's inauguration, eagerly welcoming their new leader amidst a murmur of excitement. The crowd questioned the distant loud noises, hesitant to investigate further, and noticed an unusual absence of guards. Some recalled the fate of the previous deputy mayor, wondering why the current ceremony was 3 hours delayed and if something dire had already occurred. Another person tried to quell the growing anxiety, reminding them of Mayor Baek Do-hyun's importance and suggesting an urgent matter had arisen. They confidently asserted that the mayor would undoubtedly appear at any moment. Suddenly, a large, monstrous figure, formed from debris, burst forth, violently shattering its immediate surroundings. A distorted blur of dark energy violently swept through the unsuspecting crowd below. A colossal, multi-mouthed monster with sharp teeth let out a terrifying roar amidst the unfolding destruction. Panic erupted as the expo tower collapsed, and horrified cries identified the enormous, newly appeared monster. A piercing scream of terror tore through the air. Another horrifying scream echoed, full of utter despair. A chilling shriek of pure, unadulterated terror rang out. Frightened voices demanded to know the monster's identity, realizing it had appeared precisely where Mayor Baek Do-hyun was located. Desperate cries echoed through the chaos, inquiring about the whereabouts of Mayor Baek Do-hyun. Yet another chilling shriek of fear ripped through the tumultuous scene. A panicked crowd ran frantically, fleeing from a red, blurry, and undefined threat. The giant, monstrous creature unleashed a torrent of scorching fire from its maw. A voice called out, announcing Baek Do-hyun's continued presence amidst the devastation. A character, armed with a rifle and rope, their back to the viewer, confronted a giant, gaping, toothy maw. The character fell sideways, desperately clutching the rope amidst flying debris and shimmering blue energy effects. Crouching beside a motorcycle, the character fired their rifle, a rope trailing behind them in a desperate maneuver. A character on a motorcycle confronted a large, toothy maw, surrounded by ominous red, blood-like effects. A close-up revealed a single tear tracing a path down a man's face. A voice declared the futility of their efforts, tinged with a questioning apology for the grim news. The creature's outer shell was impossibly durable, far surpassing high-grade steel, and its structure only grew tougher. The entity's defenses would simply continue to harden, becoming exponentially more formidable. The massive, bloody, toothy creature was struck repeatedly, sending debris scattering in all directions with each impact. A giant, bloody, worm-like creature towered menacingly over a man on a motorcycle below it. A character on a motorcycle sped rapidly away from an explosion or impact occurring on the road behind them. The character plummeted through the air after a motorcycle crash, with debris flying violently around them. A man gazed upward, horrified, at the giant, bloody creature looming directly above him. A chaotic scene unfolded, filled with red and black energy, menacing sharp teeth, and streaking white lines. A close-up revealed a determined man in tactical gear, a bandage stark against his cheek, his resolve unwavering. The determined man questioned the strategy, repeating the word lure with a hint of skepticism. He explained that while the creature's shell was hard, its internal organs were surprisingly fragile, instructing Jaiwoo to lure it toward the expo building. He confidently declared his intention to deal with the creature himself. He planned to execute his part of the plan from that designated location. A blood-splattered man in white brandished a chainsaw, poised and ready to launch an attack. A close-up showcased the chainsaw blade, emanating ominous red and blue energy effects. A man, wielding a chainsaw, descended from the sky, leaping towards the giant creature below. The man with the chainsaw plunged directly into the creature's gaping, toothy maw. The giant creature roared fiercely upwards, its massive body rippling with agitation and pain. A close-up revealed the giant creature's mouth, wide open, toothy, and snarling aggressively in agony. A deep wound on the creature's body bled profusely, gushing crimson. The colossal creature's bloody body showed signs of intense internal struggle, with something red and sharp moving beneath its surface. An abstract image conveyed violent motion and impact through vivid red and black shapes. Another abstract image depicted violent motion and impact, dominated by striking red and black hues. A blood-splattered man swung his chainsaw with immense force against an unseen target within the creature. A small figure was violently impaled by a massive, bloody wing, splattering crimson against the vast blue sky. A monstrous mouth, lined with multiple rows of sharp teeth, opened wide, dripping blood and emitting a gruesome sound. The monstrous mouth, with its blood-dripping rows of sharp teeth, opened even wider in a terrifying display of pain and rage. A blood-covered man with blonde hair fiercely wielded a large, crimson-stained chainsaw. A man with black hair, wearing a tactical vest, looked upwards with a grave and serious expression. 3 individuals reacted with wide, terrified eyes and profound shock to an unseen, cataclysmic event unfolding off-panel. 4 people stood on a lush green hillside, gazing out over a serene forest in a moment of quiet aftermath. A woman with long brown hair and wide eyes stared forward intently, as leaves gracefully drifted down around her. A person was violently torn apart by a devastating explosion of blood amidst the towering city buildings. The precise time and date of the incident were recorded, October 19, 2026, at 12:57 a.m. Fragments of a monstrous entity and copious amounts of blood splattered violently against a bright sky, accompanied by explosive sound effects. The official announcement confirmed that Baek Do-hyun's transformed Tardich form had been eliminated. A close-up showcased a bloody chainsaw blade, still splattering crimson, accompanied by a visceral sound effect of tearing flesh. The location, Taejun, was prominently displayed, signaling the site of the victory. The triumphant declaration came, Taejun had been successfully retaken. People cried out for Mayor Baek amidst the chaos. Horrified, they questioned the unfolding disaster and the identity of the monstrous entity. The tower where Mayor Baek had been seen collapsed, prompting desperate inquiries about his fate and calls for explanation. Pleas echoed through the wreckage, begging Mayor Baek not to abandon them. Another desperate cry for Mayor Baek reverberated in the air. Baek Do-hyun heard the distant pleas of the crowd. He mused on their desperation and what he represented to them, as a voice pressed him about hearing their cries. The unseen speaker acknowledged Baek Do-hyun's stubborn survival, noting his relentless nature. Baek Do-hyun scoffed, questioning the notion of still being alive. He declared his own immortality, asserting that even his physical bodhi's decay would not signify his end. As long as the citizens revered him, he proclaimed he would eternally live and breathe within the city. A blood-stained boot stepped down with decisive force, crushing something out of sight. The unseen speaker called Baek Do-hyun an idiot, reminding him of the one person in Taejun who never revered him. Baek Do-hyun reacted with shock, realizing the implication and denying the possibility. A monstrous figure, with white hair and a mask, was held captive by two men in tactical gear, displayed before a stunned crowd. A shriek of disbelief erupted as someone questioned the reality of the shocking video footage. Another voice hesitated, trying to comprehend the identity of the monster. They questioned if the monstrous entity on screen could truly be Mayor Baek Do-hyun. Someone recognized the soldier who had taken down the monster, realizing it was Shin Jae-woo. Utter disbelief followed, as people recalled Shin Jae-woo's supposed death and questioned how he could have survived to save them. Confusion reigned supreme as they struggled to process the overwhelming turn of events. A man with dark hair and a bandage on his cheek was seen in a close-up. He considered the inevitable chaos that would engulf Taejun if Baek Do-hyun were to disappear. He understood that a new leader would be needed to bring stability to that chaos. He was asked if he could truly claim to be different from Baek Do-hyun and if he could. The question hung in the air: could he rebuild Taejun from its ruins? A close-up captured the raw agony on a black-haired man's screaming face. A soldier stood defiantly before a monstrous figure displayed on a large screen, observed by the crowd below. Blurred figures of people and a screaming man depicted the widespread panic and distress. Sweat beaded on a man's forehead, visible in a close-up of his intense eyes. A monstrous figure, glowing eerily with blue light, screamed violently across two panels. The man with dark hair, a bandage, and sweat on his face gazed determinedly forward. A man in black armor let out a wide-mouthed scream of rage or pain. The soldier continued to confront the giant monster on the screen, while the crowd watched from below. A group of people in the city stared ahead with expressions of profound shock. One man in a white jacket looked shocked, while another calmly adjusted his glasses. A person's clenched fist moved with swift, impactful force. The soldier appeared on screen alongside the monster, while the surrounding crowd raised their fists in unified, aggressive motion. Ryu Min-seok firmly declared to Baek Do-hyun that Taejun would be reborn, and his memory would be erased. He asserted that power derived from exploiting people's will. He stated that such power was incomparable to the strength found in protection. He challenged Baek Do-hyun to witness this truth clearly from the depths of hell. Baek Do-hyun let out a furious roar, calling out Ryu Min-seok's name. A blood-stained man in white clothing charged forward with deadly intent. The date, October 19, 2026, marked the day of the decisive event. With Baek Do-hyun's demise, the city of Taejun began its recovery. It was rebuilt once more, rising from the ashes of conflict. Though remnants of Baek Do-hyun's influence lingered across the city, a new hope emerged with. A group of individuals, including a muscular man and a woman, stood alongside a blood-stained man, representing the new leadership. Shin Jae-woo. With Shin Jae-woo leading them, the city was certain to progress in the right direction. On October 20, 2026, Colonel Cha Pungo's return to the brigade was slightly delayed. Contrary to his initial concerns, the brigade had successfully held its ground against the zombie attacks. His soldiers expressed immense relief and concern, having feared he had abandoned them. Cha Pungo responded warmly, expressing his own gladness to see them and inquiring about Taejun's intactness. He immediately asked for Ryu Min-seok's whereabouts and ordered everyone to gather on the parade ground. He then announced that the brigade would commence full large-scale relocation preparation immediately. A man stood on a balcony, gazing out at a bright, sunny cityscape, a sense of accomplishment in the air. They had succeeded, after countless twists and turns. A man stood in a serene garden area at sunset, looking away into the distance, deep in thought. He and Dami had finally settled down and found a home in Taejun. A man with blonde hair and striking red eyes made a dismissive gesture with his hand. The blonde-haired man with red eyes stood with an outstretched hand, a quiet resolve settling over him. Yet, through the entire ordeal, he had confronted an uncomfortable truth. He realized that no matter how sturdy their shelter was, as long as zombies existed in the world. Multiple grotesque zombie faces, with menacing red eyes and open mouths, grimly represented the persistent threat. He could not fully guarantee Dami's future safety. In the end, only one path remained: he would not simply wait. He vowed to eliminate anything that threatened Dami's life. Using the Taejun shelter as his base of operations, he resolved to wipe out every single one of the remaining zombies across Korea, marking the end of the Taejun expedition. The scene shifted to the Daecheong Dam in Taejun's Dedeok district. A manager was informed that the water level was at 170 meters, within the safe zone, but advised to continue releasing water due to rapid inflow. The manager acknowledged the risk to power supply if the dam was overstressed, but prioritized lowering the water level immediately. He urged his team to get inside the building and called out for Min-han to join them. He shouted a warning to Min-han, emphasizing the danger outside. A character expressed their distress with repeated exclamations. A character looked around, then registered a sudden, profound surprise. The character was seen below a swirling vortex of water and light, caught in a powerful current. A close-up revealed a blue eye with a red pupil, enveloped by the swirling water effects. A desperate call for a response went out. It was Jiryong making contact, urgently seeking a response from Alpha. An hour had already passed since all communication with Taejun ceased, and uncertainty loomed over the final outcome. A chilling question was posed, wondering if this meant every city in the Republic of Korea had been entirely overrun by zombies. Suddenly, a subordinate urgently alerted the commander to a serious problem, who reacted with sharp alarm. Massive zombie hordes were detected, now within a mere 10-meter radius. The terrifying news confirmed they were actively converging directly on Jiryong. The threat was immediate: they were moving straight toward their position. Panic rising, a soldier demanded to know the commander's orders. Another voice, filled with desperation, called out to the commander. The commander issued a swift order for all personnel in the operations room to immediately prepare for evacuation. Their immediate destination was underground, a designated shelter. A subordinate vehemently protested, realizing the commander's intention and declaring the proposed method an absolute non-starter. The subordinate emphasized the devastating consequence, warning that employing such a method risked the destruction of the entire world. The commander grimly countered that Korea was already effectively destroyed, asserting that this desperate measure was their sole chance for a counterattack. Despite the commander's resolve, another voice persisted in protest, while Jiryong continued its desperate call for a response. The commander cut off further debate, convinced no reply would come, but was then interrupted by an urgent report of an incoming response. The commander's surprise was palpable, questioning the truth of the report, which was confirmed, noting it wasn't from Taejun but was immediately cut off. Despite the brevity, it was a confirmed signal from a deployed unit, marking an unexpected success. After a moment of consideration, the commander decided to put faith in this glimmer of hope one more time. A voice detailed the bunker's cutting-edge design, emphasizing its impenetrable nature, capable of keeping out even a single drop of water and thus, all zombies. A determined declaration echoed, asserting that if even one city could be reclaimed, Korea possessed the ability to fight back decisively. A man in uniform solemnly held a dog tag, his gaze cast downward with a serious expression. His uniformed hand then lifted the translucent dog tag, suspended on a simple black string. A soft sound of surprise escaped him. A wide close-up revealed his eye, pupil and iris dilated in sudden surprise. Around him, abstract blue, watery forms swirled, marked by countless droplets and dynamic motion lines. The uniformed man abruptly looked up, his grip loosening on the string, allowing the dog tag to fall. The abstract blue forms around him became increasingly distorted, a chaotic rush of flowing water and droplets. An extreme close-up captured a striking red and blue eye, surrounded by radiating lines and numerous water droplets, indicating a powerful, watery impact. 1 week had passed since Taejun's reconstruction began, and an inquiry was made about its progress. In the colonel's office of the 2nd Mechanized Infantry Brigade, the colonel instructed Ryu Min-seok not to rush him, explaining that things were progressing slower than anticipated. The colonel clarified the immense challenge of relocating over 2,000 people, acknowledging that even with meticulous care, preparations felt insufficient, to which the other party confirmed close cooperation. Ryu Min-seok playfully remarked on the colonel's sternness, questioning if his speech had stiffened so soon after arriving in Taejun and asking about his success in persuading his subordinates. The colonel scoffed at the idea of persuasion, proudly stating that his men immediately complied when he gave an order, though he then admitted there was one exception. Ryu Min-seok, acknowledging the implied knowledge, skeptically asked why he would inquire about the identity of that one individual. The colonel simply stated that the holdout was Ryu. A voice counted out loud, reaching 45, then 46. A firm voice declared that Dami was the sole priority. He asserted that the brigade's fate held no relevance to him whatsoever. The counting continued, reaching 47. The count paused mid-word, at 40-. A woman's face, glistening with sweat, strained downward with immense effort. Suddenly, the woman fell backward, hitting the ground with a powerful impact. A ragged exhale escaped her lips. A frustrated curse escaped her. Ryu Min-seok informed the colonel that the girl explicitly stated her absolute distrust and seemed to harbor genuine hatred, a classic personality type, and the colonel acknowledged understanding. He reassured the colonel that it wasn't outright opposition, advising against worry, and expressed confidence that his subordinates were not so foolish as to misunderstand the implications of the situation. Another voice concurred, affirming the colonel's assessment. Just 1 week prior, they had achieved the momentous success of reclaiming Taejun. However, their current forces remained far too weak to effectively counter threats that could emerge at any given moment, and Colonel Cha Pung-ho's brigade was, beyond a doubt, indispensable. They were known as the strongest unit in the Republic of Korea. The speaker believed that if such a formidable force could integrate with and enhance Taejun's infrastructure, the city would then become the inaugural cornerstone of Korea's eventual reconstruction. Regardless, Ryu Min-seok urged the colonel to prepare thoroughly, receiving a non-committal sound in response. He promised that until the colonel's arrival, he would meticulously complete all necessary preparations. A man in a trench coat stood in the pouring rain, holding a radio with a serious, determined expression. He concluded his statement, affirming his intent to finalize the necessary preparations. The objective was the Jiryong headquarters, known as the heart of the armed forces, operating directly under the Ministry of National Defense and serving as the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Someone questioned the destination, confirming if they were indeed heading to the Joint Chiefs of Staff headquarters at Jiryong at that very moment. The affirmative response was given simply. He recalled that in his previous life, Taejun's military power upon his arrival had been rather unremarkable. The creatures encountered then were merely of the eater class. Those lesser threats could be adequately repelled by Shin Ji-woo's command alone. Several years later, within the reclaimed Dunsan government complex, a top-level classified document codenamed Heart was discovered. This document referred to the underground section of the Joint Chiefs of Staff headquarters, located in Jiryong, south of Taejun. The document specifically detailed the existence of high-performance military assets. These assets had been intentionally concealed from public knowledge. He knew that once those assets had been secured, Taejun was significantly strengthened, enabling them to suppress even the subsequent high-ranking creatures. The high-ranking creatures could then be effectively suppressed. He asserted that they now lacked the luxury of years to wait, or even any reason to delay, emphasizing the urgent need to secure the power to protect Taejun before another unknown variable could emerge. A man with wet hair and striking red eyes gazed forward with unwavering determination as rain fell relentlessly around him. The man in the trench coat stood resolutely in the pouring rain beside a mysterious, futuristic structure. Nearby, two masked soldiers, clad in tactical gear, stood vigilant in the rain, their rifles held at the ready. He identified one of them as Second Lieutenant Eom Young-hyun from the Blue Hawk Unit. The other was First Lieutenant Han Tani, also of the Blue Hawk Unit. He instructed his team to select 2 trusted individuals out of every 10 available. He revealed that these were soldiers who had resisted Baek Do-hyun's command and consequently endured imprisonment beneath the exhibition hall. He noted Baek Do-hyun himself had deemed them too valuable to execute, keeping them alive, and described them as loyal soldiers who would sacrifice their lives to follow an order. He felt certain they would prove helpful, adding that, if his memory served correctly, the route to Jiryang's underground would be fraught with difficulty. He posed a direct question to them, asking if they were ready. Both masked soldiers, a man and a woman, nodded in unison through the pouring rain, indicating their readiness. With their affirmation, he gave the command to proceed. A vivid flash of bright blue lightning momentarily illuminated the rainy sky. Their mission was clear, to claim the very heart of the armed forces. Heavy rain continued to pour down upon a building, splashing intensely in the foreground. Inside, a dimly lit room revealed a desk, adorned with a phone, scattered papers, and a small plant. On the floor, a zombie-like figure in a suit sat eerily, its head tilted far back. A close-up highlighted the zombie's gaunt face, its glowing eyes staring vacantly upwards. Outside, water violently surged and splashed upwards from a powerful dam or barrier. An abstract blue vista showed water splashing and raining downwards in streaking patterns. Against a dark blue background, a bare tree stood resilient amidst the relentless pouring rain. The mission had led them deep into the Jiryang headquarters. Specifically, they sought the classified underground zone. Within a blue-lit corridor, a group of zombies with gaping mouths suddenly charged forward. Their grotesque roars echoed through the confined space. 2 olive-green anti-personnel mines, clearly marked front toward enemy, lay primed in their path. A piercing shriek erupted as the first mine detonated. A soldier, clad in a gas mask and tactical gear, knelt ready, rifle firmly in hand. Immediately, 2 zombies were violently struck in the head, splattering blood across the scene. A heavy boot stomped down with brutal force, sending blood splatters outward from a fallen foe. More guttural growls and choked gags filled the air as the assault continued. One zombie's head exploded in a gruesome burst of blood and gore. Gas-masked soldiers continued to fire their rifles, the floor already slick with blood and zombie remains. A heavy sigh of relief escaped one of them. He remarked on his surprise at finding such a place beneath Jiryang, acknowledging that their coordination felt solid for the first time in a while and praising their performance. A woman with short blonde hair observed him, her expression laced with concern. She mused that his abilities, though commendable, still fell short of a certain man's level. She internally referenced Vice Mayor Ryu Min-seok, recognizing him as the one who, alongside Mayor Shin Ji-woo, had defeated Baek Do-hyun and restored Taejun. She reflected on her personal encounter with him, concluding that he possessed an overwhelming power. A close-up revealed a man's neck and chin, marked by a slight scar, as a faint grin played on his lips. A confused sound escaped someone nearby. Another cleared his throat, regaining composure. He quickly dismissed the idea, assuring them they had been more than helpful. He acknowledged his inability to accomplish the task alone, reinforcing their value. A label K-57 was visible on a door or object. After a door designated K-57 had opened, two eaters immediately launched an ambush. Yet, he realized something else had left a far deeper impression on him in that moment. The number 1 stood out, hinting at a specific count. He remembered what lay inside. He recalled discovering bodies whose time of death was not long past. The crucial detail was that they had remained uninfected. They had endured over a year trapped in pitch-black darkness. He pondered whether they would be able to save such individuals this time. He warned that once the door opened, eaters would undoubtedly ambush them. He grimly stated that the underground was merely the beginning of their challenges. A man in military camouflage stood resolute in a dimly lit, dark environment. A close-up showed the man, two shadowed figures indistinctly visible behind him in the pervasive darkness. Suddenly, someone realized the approaching threat was not an eater. Another voice exclaimed that there were no eaters, implying they had directly found survivors this time. A blonde-haired man looked down, his face shadowed, standing next to a gas-masked figure. The gas-masked figure, its eyes glowing intently, fixed its gaze upon the blonde-haired man. Its wide, glowing eyes continued to stare unblinkingly at the blonde-haired man. The man in camouflage stared forward, two shadowed figures still standing silently behind him. Abruptly, a soldier's face distorted grotesquely as tentacles erupted from within, his eyes glowing eerily. A monstrous, distorted face, bristling with sharp teeth and numerous tentacles, emerged from the dark. A pained, mournful sound escaped. A large, monstrous creature lunged ferociously towards a gas-masked soldier. A voice confirmed rear contact with an Eater-class creature. Another immediately noted that something was distinctly different about this one. A terrifying close-up revealed a wide, toothy, glowing mouth with a cavernous dark center. Someone gasped in sheer terror, questioning what they were witnessing. A sharp exclamation of alarm rang out. A voice stammered in confusion, asking Lieutenant EOM what was wrong amidst a series of nervous twitches. Suddenly, bloody tentacles burst violently from a gas mask in a chaotic, blue-tinged, rainy scene. The sharp-edged, bloody tentacles thrashed violently, spraying gore across the blue, rainy environment. A horrified voice whispered the name EOM. The question Lieutenant EOM was repeated, laced with disbelief. A gloved hand firmly grasped a pale, bloody arm, highlighted against a dynamic blue background, accompanied by a sharp sound of pain. A grotesque, multi-mouthed creature, stained with blood, screamed fiercely, its eyes glowing an ominous red. A man with a rifle stood ready, confronting mutated soldiers surging through a chaotic, smoky scene. This was a parasiter, described as an omnivorous parasitic creature that devoured a living host and took over its body. Its reproduction rate was unimaginable, a horrifying growl escaping it, as it did not discriminate between humans and creatures. All survivors in that zone had been devoured by the parasiter. He questioned how such a creature could have ended up inside that secured area. He urged Ryu Min-seok to focus, stating that avoiding the creature was their first priority. He emphasized that under no circumstances could it be allowed to escape the underground, warning that if it reached a nearby city, Taejun itself would be in grave danger. A rainy cityscape with distant mountains loomed, accompanied by a sharp, unsettling sound. Rain continued to fall on an outdoor training ground, encompassing fences, trees, and small structures, punctuated by the sharp crack of a gunshot. The sounds confirmed it was shooting practice, another gunshot echoing. An instructor noted an improvement in the shot grouping compared to that morning. However, he pointed out an excessive horizontal deviation during firing, promising a re-evaluation after enhancement training. He asked if she understood, calling out softly to Ms. Dami. She responded with a firm affirmation. The instructor reiterated that he was specifically asking her. She acknowledged that in a world like this, a regular high school girl like herself could not survive. She confessed that her continued survival was solely due to her father. She expressed her desire to at least not be a burden, even if she couldn't actively help him. She pleaded with the captain to train her so she could at least protect herself. It had been 5 days since her training commenced, an intensity that would have caused an ordinary high school girl to quit. Yet, she was holding on remarkably well. Her willpower proved exceptional, confirming the adage that blood did not lie. An urgent voice declared an emergency to the mayor, who questioned if it was zombies and their scale, only to be told it was not zombies. The horrific news arrived: the Daecheong Dam had been destroyed. The mayor reacted with shock, recalling that communication with the dam had been cut that afternoon, and a response team had confirmed all staff were deceased amidst massive structural breaches. He inquired about the damage assessment, learning that was where the strange part began. Based on predicted flow paths, the Nonsan region should have flooded first, but the water flow was changing direction as if it possessed a will of its own. The current flow route was the Jiryong stream, and its direction was unequivocally toward Jiryong headquarters. Heavy rain fell upon a landscape where a bridge stretched over surging water, with distant mountains forming a somber backdrop. Intense blue water surged and crashed violently, completely submerging the surrounding landscape. He posed a chilling question, wondering if they possessed the power to end his life. A man in tactical gear stood unmoving, his gaze fixed and intense, set against the backdrop of a rain-soaked cityscape. The unexpected question was met with a stunned and questioning response. Disbelief laced the voice that demanded clarification, asking what he was truly implying. He revealed that ever since his bizarre rebirth, a single question had haunted him for a long time: could he truly die? The persistent question had hounded him relentlessly, but after his grueling fight with Baek Do-hyun, the answer finally became clear. He had discovered the simplest, yet most certain method to bring about his own demise. At that very moment, a voice declared an emergency alert, urgency in every syllable. The mayor announced his immediate departure to rescue all personnel at Jiryong base, ordering every department to switch to full emergency readiness, even as someone protested the danger of him going alone and suggested forming a dedicated team. He sharply dismissed the suggestion, stating a lack of time and manpower, and instead commanded real-time reports on the water flow's movement, damage status, and any anomalies. The command was met with a hesitant but firm affirmation of compliance. A single, intense blue eye was shown in close-up, its eyelashes glistening with droplets of rain. He pondered how killing could be repeated over and over, in intervals too short for any recovery. Among the various methods, he had identified the simplest yet surest way. It involved being trapped in an enclosed space, enduring for a long period. The ultimate method of his death, he concluded, was asphyxiation. He mused that if such a fate befell him, he would at last find peace. With certainty, he knew he would finally die. A monstrous creature, all sharp teeth and claws, let out an intense, guttural roar. Then, multiple monstrous creatures, covered in fresh blood and armed with sharp teeth and claws, emerged from the shadows. A man fired his rifle, the muzzle flash momentarily illuminating the scene, as he valiantly protected a frightened woman behind him. Explosions and impacts rocked the area, striking dark, spiky creatures in a dynamic and chaotic display of force. Someone commended Lieutenant Han's impressive and solid accuracy, even from his current stance, only for Han to retort that praise could wait, and to demand their next course of action. The parasiter's characteristics were noted: its biting force could easily penetrate living tissue, yet it proved incapable of breaking through hard outer walls. He recalled Jiryong base's southeastern sector, specifically the end of the corridor in Zone G1, believing the solution lay somewhere there if his memory served correctly. A man moved swiftly through a futuristic corridor, bathed in an eerie blue glow, carrying a woman to safety. He spotted their objective, exclaiming its presence with a burst of relief. The identified target was clearly marked as G1. A high-tech control panel, adorned with an array of flashing lights, came into view. A voice announced the initiation of the G1 bunker access protocol and instructed them to fix their gaze on the identification light for left eye iris recognition. He urgently commanded G1 to activate its emergency protocol, specifically Golf 1 Lambda 71 Beta. The system confirmed the emergency protocol, verified the code, and then commanded the door to open. Almost immediately, the command to close the door was issued. A grotesque monster, its muscles exposed and glistening with blood, lunged ferociously forward. A shadowy, bloodied creature, its eyes burning with an ominous glow, moved with terrifying speed against a vivid red background. A woman in tactical gear fired her rifle, targeting small, dark creatures scuttling across the floor. Her labored breathing filled the tense silence, indicating her exhaustion. She struggled to ask the vice mayor about their exact location. She then questioned with deep concern why he had. She demanded to know why he had not come inside with them. A man visibly strained, pushing against a swirling, ominous mass of dark, organic matter. His face contorted into a pained grimace, his teeth gritted, and his eyes glowed with an eerie blue light. A man in military fatigues was being violently torn apart by multiple dark, tentacled creatures. A guttural, pained roar escaped from him. A horrifying close-up revealed a man's red, wide, splattered with blood, reflecting sheer terror. A bloodied man, his veins prominent and eyes glowing an ominous red, clenched his jaw in a display of intense will. Tall buildings blurred into motion, barely visible through the torrential downpour and streaks of heavy rain. A motorcycle sped through a large puddle on a wet street, sending water splashing high into the air. A man clad in dark tactical gear ascended a set of stairs with urgency. A voice demanded to know what he was doing at that very moment. The other person expressed profound shock, questioning why he was revealing a way to kill him and then asking them to be the one to do it. He addressed the hero Shin Jaiwoo, admitting that while Jaiwoo might not have known him well, he, in turn, knew Jaiwoo intimately. He characterized Jaiwoo as righteous, deeply responsible, and capable of making difficult choices for the greater good, more so than anyone else. He explained that after the intense battle with Baek Do-hyun, his perception of himself had significantly changed. He then questioned the mayor, wondering if he, by any chance, perceived the same unsettling possibility. He voiced his deepest fear, that one day he might lose his sanity, become utterly uncontrollable, and transform into a creature. He pleaded with the mayor, asking him to be the one to kill him should that terrifying transformation ever occur. He expressed his profound wish to remain dad to Dami until his very last moment. Above all, he did not want. He did not wish for Dami to ever remember him as a monster. A sudden, forceful sound indicated a violent impact or exertion. Despite his earlier anxieties, he assured them there was no need to worry. He reaffirmed that, for now, he was still incapable of transforming into a monster. A monstrous creature with glowing red eyes let out a deafening roar, surrounded by an array of smaller, zombie-like figures. The giant monster's gaping maw, lined with rows of sharp teeth and dripping with saliva, unleashed a horrific scream. A sharp, blood-stained blade thrust violently through the oppressive darkness. Intense red and black energy violently slashed through the scene, leaving streaks of raw power. He declared that he might die, but only after Dami's world was fully restored. Yet, paradoxically, he stated he could not truly die until his mission was complete. A pale, bloodied hand, adorned with monstrous tendrils, shed a spiky, parasitic limb onto the floor. A muscular, pale man stood revealed, his eyes burning red, his face and body covered in grotesque parasitic growths. This was Ryu Min-seok, now fully unleashed in his terrifying parasite mode. The mutated man, Ryu Min-seok, glanced over his shoulder, observing other horrific figures amidst the bloody darkness of their environment. A soldier's face was grotesquely contorted as parasitic tendrils violently erupted from his mouth. A parasitic creature shrieked, tearing at its own flesh with bloodied hands. Amidst violent impacts, a pale, muscular man delivered a powerful punch to a monstrous, tentacled figure. Now fully mutated, with black skin and burning red eyes, the man swung a powerful, tentacled arm. Mutated soldiers, their faces and bodies riddled with tendrils, were violently thrown backward by the force. The pale, muscular man, his red eyes blazing and parasitic limbs extended, aggressively lunged forward. Mutated figures were violently slashed and sent flying amidst streaks of pink and white energy. Monstrous, bloated figures, their ribs visible and teeth bared, let out deafening roars, echoing with violent sound. Dark, shadowy tendrils and aggressive red energy swirled violently, accompanied by bold, impactful sounds. A lone man, his back to the viewer, stood facing a giant, monstrous, tentacled creature whose eyes glowed ominously. A monstrous face, splattered with blood, stared forward with unsettling green eyes and red pupils. A shirtless, muscular man, covered in bloodstains, found himself suspended amidst swirling red energy and sharp black shapes. Deep, guttural sounds of exertion and distress escaped him. As a monstrous face glared from the left, a man charged fiercely from the right, both engulfed in intense red energy. A sudden shock registered, a silent gasp of disbelief. A blonde woman, her eyes wide with serious concern, stared intently forward. A woman in tactical gear stood, rifle at the ready, positioned over fresh bloodstains and the indistinct form of a shadowy figure. Someone apologized to Lieutenant Han for the delay in their arrival. They then inquired about Han's well-being. The speaker identified their location as the G1 bunker, a Joint Chiefs Command and Control room designed for an overrun Korea, expressing relief that it had seemingly remained unbreached. Lieutenant Han demanded a further explanation of the situation. Han noticed the deputy mayor's face bore a striking resemblance to the infected, expressing growing suspicion and dread. Han directly questioned if the deputy mayor had been infected. The deputy mayor confirmed his infection but assured them his body had suppressed it, an assertion met with swift disbelief and a sharp reaction. He reminded Han that given his unique nature, such a suppression would indeed be possible for him. Han reluctantly acknowledged the truth of the statement with a slow nod. The muscular man, his green hair slightly disheveled and face bearing subtle signs of mutation, looked away with a faint, knowing smile. He mused that this current state differed from previous experiences of death, feeling more like being forcefully pulled back from the precipice of oblivion. He paused, searching for the right comparison for the sensation. He concluded it was precisely like a specific, significant event from his past. While the circumstances were entirely distinct, the overwhelming emotion remained identical to what he had felt back then. That emotion was the unwavering will to keep Dami close to him, leading him to ponder if Dami herself was more than just someone to protect. He considered that perhaps Dami wasn't merely someone he needed to save, but rather the very person who kept him alive. With a soft movement, he shifted his focus, noting that even this supposedly airtight bunker contained an unexpected variable. He recalled that in his previous life, the discovery within this very bunker had been grim. He specified that he had found the lifeless bodies of soldiers who had chosen to end their own lives. He wondered aloud about the absence of those bodies in the present timeline. He questioned what unforeseen events had transpired within the bunker to alter his past experience. A sudden realization struck him with profound surprise. He pointed out an object, identifying it as an authorization key. The location was the Gyeonggi Class 1 military restricted area, deep underground. Even further below, at the end of a narrow corridor, lay a significant point of interest. This point was known as the Red Door. Documents they had recovered referred to this door by another name, Pluto's Gate. It was a top-tier restricted zone, accessible only by a single authorized individual within the entire facility. That person was Major General Kwak Sung-chul, the Gyeonggi Joint Chiefs Infection Response Commander. However, the Major General had failed to prevent the catastrophe and found himself unable to endure the crushing guilt. In his despair, he had ultimately destroyed the sole authorization key to the Red Door before succumbing to death. Yet, unexpectedly, that very key now lay perfectly intact on the floor, as if deliberately placed there. He pondered the perplexing reason behind its presence. The muscular man, his green hair slightly mussed and face bearing streaks of blood, turned his gaze to the left. Water dripped steadily down a cold metal wall, creating a soft, rhythmic sound. Outside, a helicopter's rotor blades spun powerfully through the heavy rain. The helicopter flew low over a body of water amidst the downpour, its presence marking the stormy conditions. A frantic voice from Alpha urgently called for a response from Bravo. The voice reported a massive surge of water flowing into Jiryong Stream following the collapse of Daecheong Dam. It warned that flooding was occurring across the Jiryongdi operations zone and commanded Bravo to evacuate immediately. Alpha desperately repeated the call, demanding a response from anyone, specifically calling out for Ryu Min-seok. Ryu Min-seok abruptly asked what was happening. He dismissed a fleeting sensation of being watched as merely his imagination, accompanied by a subtle shift. Suddenly, he drew attention to something, inviting the others to examine it with a soft movement, prompting a question. He pointed out a long string of numbers carved beneath the desk, as if etched with a knife. The numbers were identified as 373,045 and 127,0610. He observed the hastily scratched 13-digit number, acknowledging it as a new variable, something he had never encountered before, even in his prior experiences. Lieutenant Han pressed for an interpretation of this new discovery. Ryu Min-seok concluded they had explored all there was in the bunker and suggested they move, prompting a question about their next destination, either the storage sector or a regrouping in Taejun. He rejected both options, which elicited a surprised query. He declared their intention to venture even deeper underground, to a place he called the lower level. The others questioned if anything existed below their current position, to which he firmly affirmed its presence. He explained that the lower level held technology capable of strengthening Taejun. It also contained a key that could help rebuild Korea. However, he cautioned that this path carried even greater dangers. He warned them they might face something far more terrifying than anything they had encountered previously. He then directly challenged Lieutenant Han, asking if he would join him on this perilous journey. After a moment of thought, Han declared his unwavering loyalty as a soldier dedicated to protecting Taejun. The blood-stained man, strange growths subtly marring his face, allowed a faint smile to cross his lips. He approved of Han's resolve and commanded them to proceed, specifically heading towards the red door. The blonde woman in tactical gear stood inside, rifle held ready, awaiting their next move. A sequence of abstract blue and dark energy swirled, briefly revealing a glowing yellow eye within its depths. A vibrant red circle with glowing points then materialized within a dark, textured field. Heavy rain relentlessly poured over the towering city buildings, creating a somber atmosphere. Second Lieutenant Park Jae-won was identified as being among the 9 survivors from the exhibit hall detainee group. Someone reported to Lieutenant Park that his instructions had been successfully carried out, prompting Park to commend their work and demand continued vigilance for anything unusual. The speaker then expressed a fervent wish for the lieutenant's safety. They warned of an imminent threat, stating that floodwaters could inundate Taejun at any moment and urged the lieutenant to immediately return to the city. Lieutenant Park inquired about their power situation, noting that the shelter's electricity depended entirely on Daecheong Dam and that emergency generators would provide at most 1 hour of power. He then grimly predicted a complete blackout following that critical hour. A tense silence followed this stark revelation. An urgent voice called out to Lieutenant Park, who responded sharply. He commanded the immediate evacuation of all civilians to the rooftop and other elevated areas. Furthermore, he ordered severe power restrictions, limiting electricity solely to essential facilities for maximum conservation. He then instructed them to contact Sergeant Kim Mun-seok separately, tasking him with investigating the cause of the Daecheong Dam explosion, assessing repair possibilities, and reviewing all available options. With a forceful command to move immediately, he reiterated Sergeant Kim Mun-seok's position among the exhibit hall's 9 detainee survivors. A hesitant voice addressed him. The speaker acknowledged the grave seriousness of the situation. They declared that as long as even a sliver of hope remained, they could not abandon their men. They stressed the critical importance of Ryu Min-seok, identifying him as vital for Taejun's survival. A strict deadline was set, if Ryu Min-seok and his team were not found within exactly 30 minutes. They would return without hesitation. Amidst the urgent calls for Ryu Min-seok, a helicopter struggled through heavy rain and flashes of lightning. Elsewhere, abstract blue energy surged and sparked with dynamic intensity. A dark red door, left slightly ajar, offered a glimpse into an ominous, pitch-black interior. They found themselves in an old, foreboding corridor. At its end stood a single, rusted red iron door. A metallic intercom, complete with a keypad and camera, was prominently displayed. The door's plaque identified it as the Pluton Room, Red Moon Complex, constructed with U.S. joint involvement from 1958 to 1991 as a classified program under Top Secret // Chorus Black Protocol, a place unspoken for 33 years. A person in tactical gear stood ready, rifle held firm, partially obscured by the foreground. It was a facility to which no one had been granted access for an astonishing 68 years. The few individuals privy to its existence referred to it as Pluto's Gate. However, an even smaller handful, those who understood its true secret, called this space by a different, more chilling name, Ghost Stock. Inside, a vast room was filled with countless rows of dark, cone-shaped objects, each emanating a faint yellow glow from a band around its base. A voice expressed a dawning, fearful realization, connecting a mark on the wall with the overwhelming number of missiles before them. Someone pointed out an English inscription located right beside the formidable red door. The inscription detailed the Pluton Room Red Moon Complex, its construction dates, and crucially, noted its U.S. joint involvement. One of them recalled an old newspaper article that immediately came to mind. He remembered a news report about the secret deployment of tactical nuclear weapons in South Korea in 1958, with U.S. approval, a Cold War maneuver that supposedly ended with their withdrawal in 1991. Official records indicated that up to 950 nuclear warheads had been stationed in South Korea. Someone reacted with disbelief, questioning if those warheads had remained hidden beneath Gyeonggi all along. A bewildered voice wondered how such a thing could have been possible. A close-up revealed a man's neck and jawline, marked by bloodied, gnarled skin textures, hinting at a transformation. The man declared with certainty that it was indeed here. He identified it as the ultimate power. This power, he asserted, possessed the capability to instantly end the pervasive zombie outbreak. A concerned voice addressed him respectfully. He was asked what was wrong, to which he stammered, claiming he had merely been lost in thought for a moment. He then wondered aloud about the strange sensation he had just experienced, feeling momentarily unlike himself. He admonished himself, reminding Ryu Min-seok that this formidable power wasn't solely for eliminating zombies. He recognized its catastrophic potential, capable of ending not just Korea, but the entire world. A brief sound of curiosity escaped him. He noticed another red door positioned beneath a railing and questioned what lay beyond it. Asked about their next move and whether they should report to HQ, Ryu Min-seok agreed to the report but insisted on briefly investigating the facility's condition further down, below the railing. A new, unsettling voice greeted them with an unnervingly cheerful tone. The voice continued, offering a double welcome. It reiterated its pleasantries with an almost mocking friendliness. Someone recognized the voice, identifying it as Chief Kwok Sunchul, the missing infection response commander, and expressed shock at his unexpected presence. A startled exclamation was cut short. They demanded to know the identity of the mysterious individual. The entity let out a sigh of resignation. It casually admitted to being caught. The creature began a grotesque transformation, sprouting multiple heads and limbs as the scene took on a sinister red hue. It repeated its admission of being busted, lamenting it with a strangely playful tone. As they furiously demanded its identity, the entity taunted their sharpness, given their ignorance. The multi-headed monster erupted in maniacal laughter, its contorted faces and wide mouths displaying sheer madness. It mockingly declared that they knew nothing about it. The monstrous entity lunged forward, its body powerfully transforming as it attacked. They reacted with shock at its incredible speed. Ryu Min-seok noted that this was only the second such creature they had encountered since Baekdo Hyeon. He realized with alarm that this was an entity he had never even witnessed in his previous life. He concluded that engaging an unidentifiable entity in an unfamiliar space presented an exceedingly dangerous challenge. A sudden, sharp realization struck him. He urgently commanded someone to jump down. The command was acknowledged immediately. The woman swiftly leaped backward over a railing, while the man watched, preparing for battle. The man then confronted the monstrous enemy, which extended long, grotesque limbs towards him. Covered in blood but undeterred, the man grappled fiercely with the monstrous entity's limbs. A cry of astonishment escaped him. The creature's primary head grinned maniacally, its eerie blue light pulsating menacingly. Suddenly, a massive, bright white impact explosion erupted from an unseen force. A pained grunt indicated a severe blow had landed. He cursed the situation, realizing the creature's outer shell was abnormally tough. He discovered his own tentacles were proving completely ineffective against it. A desperate resolve settled upon him. He knew he had to find a way to overcome this, somehow. A surprised question punctuated the tense moment. An exasperated voice addressed Ryu Min-seok, calling him an idiot. The voice then provocatively asked if he wanted to hear something. The exasperated voice continued, deriding Ryu Min-seok as a fool. It then posed a taunting question, asking if he wished to hear more. The query hung in the air, full of malicious anticipation. Ryu Min-seok internally reflected on the monster's unique nature, noting its maintained reason, unlike anything he had previously faced. He wondered intensely about the true identity of the peculiar entity before him. The monstrous entity then addressed him directly, its voice tinged with accusation. Ryu Min-seok reacted with surprise, questioning the monster's sudden focus on him. The creature let out a strange, guttural sound, indicating its amusement or derision. It then claimed that Ryu Min-seok had been following it, punctuated by another bizarre laugh. The entity specifically mentioned his journey to the bunker as part of its observation. It also referenced his arrival at their current hidden location as being foreseen. Below them, a hidden eye subtly emerged from a crack in the floor, watching. A single, large, unsettling eye with a red pupil stared intently from the shadowy depths beneath the floor. The monster declared that all these seemingly disparate events were connected. It then mockingly asserted Ryu Min-seok's complete ignorance regarding the grand scheme. The creature shrieked another unintelligible, taunting sound, full of disdain. Suddenly, the monstrous figure delivered a powerful punch to the male character's face, marked by a violent impact. The monster expressed its profound annoyance with his continued presence and resistance. It then asked Ryu Min-seok if he truly understood his own inherent nature. The monster uttered the name Baek Do-hyeon with a knowing air. A powerful swing from the monster sent the character flying through the air, helpless. Ryu Min-seok, disoriented, questioned the unfamiliar name Baek Do-hyeon. The creature emitted a strange, high-pitched laugh, delighting in its revelations. It then revealed that Baek Do-hyeon was merely a toy, specifically her toy. The monster contrasted this by declaring Ryu Min-seok to be defective and flawed. It contemptuously labeled him as trash, unworthy of consideration. Yet, it strangely admitted that she liked Ryu Min-seok despite his perceived flaws. The creature repeated that Ryu Min-seok was inherently defective. It added that he was a zombie, just like its own monstrous form. Ryu Min-seok struggled to comprehend the full meaning of the creature's disjointed pronouncements. However, a critical, unsettling understanding began to form in his mind. He processed the name Baek Do-hyeon, realizing its significance. He then linked it directly to himself, sensing a deeper connection. And finally, he connected it to the entire pervasive zombie outbreak. He concluded that a mastermind was orchestrating all these catastrophic events. He questioned if this was the creature's true, terrifying revelation. He deduced that, unlike Baek Do-hyeon, this mastermind intended to dispose of him. He demanded the monster reveal more of its sinister knowledge. The monstrous figure, an amalgamation of screaming faces and a central eye, stood menacingly in the dimly lit room. The creature let out a derisive sound, mocking his attempt to extract information. It scoffed at Ryu Min-seok again, calling him a genuine fool for his presumption. It then declared its intention to eliminate someone as utterly worthless as him. Ryu Min-seok retorted, asking what the monster's next move would be after his demise. The creature pointedly indicated their current location, the Pluton room. A muscular man with blonde hair, his face and chest bearing fresh wounds, stood with an intense, unwavering expression. He reacted with a hint of surprise, as if hearing something unexpected. The monster declared that it had witnessed something important about Ryu Min-seok. It specified that it saw this when Ryu Min-seok first arrived at the facility. It had keenly observed his expression upon seeing the formidable place. Ryu Min-seok's heart began to pound intensely in his chest. The monster questioned if he had felt an undeniable surge of excitement. It further probed if he harbored a deep-seated desire to eliminate everyone in his path. The creature hinted at a powerful, unknown potential within Ryu Min-seok, a transformation awaiting. It concluded with a taunt, claiming his complete ignorance of his own hidden capabilities. A new voice urgently called out to the vice mayor, breaking the tension. Ryu Min-seok reacted with a startled jolt, surprised by the interruption. A blonde character in tactical gear rushed forward, their face contorted with intense anger. Simultaneously, a flurry of grenades soared through the air, launched towards the monstrous entity. A close-up showed the blonde character's face, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and rage. He remembered the term Red Gate, a crucial piece of information. He also recalled the acronym ESR, which suddenly clicked into place. The blonde character, now possessing a monstrous arm, was dramatically falling through the air. They glanced back over their shoulder at a distinct red door, its purpose becoming clear. The door was ominously labeled ESR Explosive Storage Room, confirming their worst fears. Several grenades continued their descent through the gloomy, industrial environment, nearing their target. Suddenly, tentacles shot out from the monstrous entity and wrapped around the mid-air grenades. The creature let out a surprised gasp, caught off guard by the assault. The muscular man, now visibly equipped with tendrils, fiercely engaged the large, monstrous figure enveloped in a red aura. The monster roared in fury, its multiple faces contorting. A pained grunt escaped the struggling man as the fight intensified. Another guttural sound of strain emerged from him as he pushed his limits. The sharp sound of something cracking or shattering echoed through the space. The muscular man exerted his strength, holding up a massive, swirling mass of tendrils. A character was dramatically flung backward, surrounded by whipping tendrils and splattering blood. Large projectiles were impaled by sharp tendrils, causing blood to spray outwards violently. A violent flurry of sharp tendril fragments and streaks of blood cut through the air. Blood and sharp debris then rained down onto the tiled floor, creating a gruesome scene. The muscular, injured man knelt heavily on the blood-splattered floor, his arms grotesquely mutated. He gasped for breath, clearly exhausted and in immense pain from the ordeal. He thought to himself that Min-seok was ignorant of the deeper truths. Ryu Min-seok internally warned himself not to waver, dismissing the creature's insightful words as mere tricks to confuse him. Despite his dismissal, he questioned why his heart was pounding so intensely from what he considered nonsense. Someone called out to the vice mayor again, followed by a grunt of distress. The voice apologized to the vice mayor, explaining that repeated calls had gone unanswered. The speaker then urgently requested a favor, followed by a sound of surprise at the unfolding chaos. In another part of the space, a man fought an armored figure, with bloodied debris floating around them. The voice cried out that an earthquake was occurring, urging an immediate evacuation from the unstable facility. The monstrous entity, however, commanded them not to leave, asserting its will. A bloodied man with horns looked up, surrounded by floating debris as the ground shook. The monster specifically told Min-seok not to go, inviting him to play further in its twisted game. It asserted that it had much more to offer him. It specified that these were things it wished to give him. And it chillingly referred to these sinister offerings as a gift. The monstrous entity urgently commanded Min-seok not to leave. Amidst the unfolding chaos, a man with horns and a woman appeared visibly distressed. The entity insisted he remain, proposing they continue their twisted game. Meanwhile, images of a seemingly happy family and a child, captured by a camera, flashed briefly. Internally, a character recognized the alarming intensity and inflow direction of the water current, realizing it was more than just a simple leak. They comprehended that the entire surface was submerged under immense pressure, with water rushing in simultaneously from all sides. A dreadful realization settled that there was no conceivable way to avoid the crushing force of the current. Someone urgently warned Lieutenant Han to hold her breath. A sharp intake of breath signified the immediate reaction to the warning. Intense blue water swirled rapidly, depicted with dynamic speed lines. A powerful blue current violently swept a woman upwards. Amidst the swirling bubbles underwater, a gloved hand desperately grasped another person's hand. A muscular, bloodied man exerted all his strength, pulling a woman up through the turbulent water. He internally noted their location as a classified underground area, deeper than the lower levels, knowing that any hesitation would lead to certain entrapment. He resolved that they had to escape the perilous situation instantly. A voice urged them to push on, suggesting they were close to their goal. The powerful blue water current continued to rage, marked by bubbles and speed lines. The desperate plea for just a little more effort echoed through the watery depths. Two figures struggled intensely, attempting to swim upwards through the submerged ruins of a building. As they neared, they realized the surface was entirely submerged, leaving them to wonder what catastrophic event had occurred. An urgent internal voice commanded Ryu Min-seok to defer his thoughts for later. The voice stressed the immediate need to reach the surface, followed by a sharp, contradictory command. Above the submerged building, a monstrous tendril brutally pulled both the man and woman. The entity mockingly advised Min-seok not to struggle, claiming it was utterly useless. He cursed, realizing with dismay that the creature had already reached their elevated position. A shocked realization dawned that the monstrous entity was indeed still alive. A close-up showed the man's face, his jaw clenched tightly, a mix of pain and grim determination etched upon it. Amidst the relentless falling rain, a man screamed, either in agony or defiant resistance. A helicopter hovered precariously above rough, churning water in the midst of a heavy downpour. In the driving rain, a helicopter observed as a woman was caught in a tendril attack while suspended in the air. A man watched in horror as a blonde woman was violently flung through the air by a powerful tendril. He cried out Lieutenant Han's name, his voice filled with shock and alarm. He demanded to know how she had escaped the water, then urgently inquired about the whereabouts of Lieutenant Kong and the vice mayor. Heavy, ragged breaths indicated the speaker's exhaustion. The exhausted voice struggled to convey that the vice mayor was still in danger. The shocking revelation was that the vice mayor remained trapped underwater. The entity commanded Min-seok to stop, accompanied by a sharp, cracking sound. It taunted him, asserting that he would never comprehend, no matter how many lives he lived or what he attempted in Taejun. It declared that all of humanity was ultimately destined for death, regardless of their struggles. The creature proclaimed this grim fate was the will of an almighty her, an absolute and already decided future. It issued a chilling command for him to simply obey. It promised him continued life only if he became the perfect zombie, serving her completely. A close-up revealed an eye, with a young girl's face eerily reflected within its pupil. The entity then chillingly stated that Dami would live, implying a sinister condition. A helicopter flew through a swirling, distorted sky, illuminated by streaks of light. It then descended rapidly, plunging into a violent splash of water below. As the helicopter continued its flight, a massive column of water dramatically erupted from the surface. A blonde woman knelt, attempting to shield her face from the onslaught of heavy rain. The helicopter flew onward, passing over a colossal splash rising from the water beneath it. A subtle tremor of fear or agitation ran through a character. The tremor intensified, indicating a deeper sense of unease. The quivering continued, a silent expression of inner turmoil. A voice expressed a heartfelt apology to the vice mayor. The speaker reflected that no matter how they tried to rationalize it, a certain appearance was profoundly disturbing. A guttural sound of discomfort or revulsion escaped them. They internally declared that they would never be able to acclimate to or accept the disturbing sight. A stark report detailed the Jiryong base rescue operation, listing one fatality and the rescue of Ryu Min-seok and one other person on November 2, 2026, at 10:25 a.m. Remarkably, the floodwaters that had consumed Jiryong base receded completely, as if their destructive presence had been an illusion. Following the incident, Taejun endured a complete blackout that persisted for approximately 3 days. By November 5, 2026, the dam had successfully resumed its normal operational functions. The scene then shifted to November 10, 2026. A group of armed individuals stood poised within a futuristic blue corridor. They had returned, once again, to a familiar place. This familiar place was revealed to be the underground levels of Jiryong base. A silent nod of acknowledgement was exchanged among them. Another confirming nod followed, indicating agreement. A blonde woman and a blonde man, both clad in tactical gear, stood looking ahead with intense focus. A final, decisive nod sealed their understanding. Lieutenant Han was entrusted with the approval key for the Red Gate. Lieutenant Han responded with a surprised question, indicating her unexpected role. She was informed that the weapons of Jiryong base were intended for Taejun's strength, not destruction, and thus, it would be safer for her to guard the key. The existence of the Red Gate was to remain a secret shared only among them, held until the critical day arrived when it absolutely had to be opened. Elsewhere, a person stood on a balcony, gazing out over a vast, illuminated city at night. A child asked if their father had undergone a subtle change. The adult responded, surprised that Dami had also noticed, confirming that something had indeed shifted in the father since the Jiryong base flooding, as if his entire state of mind had altered. Dami then corrected the assessment, stating it was not merely a change of heart, but something more profound. Dami paused, searching for the right words to describe the transformation. Finally, Dami concluded that he had become notably scarier than before. A gasp of shock or sudden realization escaped someone. Ryu Min-seok angrily questioned how his telepathy had been read, then furiously reacted to Dami's name being uttered by a perceived filthy tongue, especially concerning the idea of saving Dami. He repeated his furious accusation, demanding to know if saving Dami meant transforming his daughter into a zombie. He recalled the creature's earlier taunt, that he was ignorant of his own potential transformation. He defiantly declared that he would now reveal his true nature. He vowed to find her, promising severe consequences upon their reunion. He pledged to inflict immense suffering upon her, the creator of what he called defective trash. A close-up showed a grimacing character's mouth and hand, holding an object, submerged underwater amidst rising bubbles. His dark vow continued, promising to tear her apart and devour her, ensuring she cursed her own creation. Submerged in water, the character was surrounded by a glowing red energy, forming an ominous eye-like pattern. Suddenly, debris exploded upwards in a brilliant flash of light, signifying a powerful, destructive impact. A close-up highlighted a character's strong, defined jawline and neck. The man's face was shown in close-up, marked by an intense, angry expression and ominous glowing red eyes. A triumphant voice announced that they had successfully located something crucial. The numerical sequence Lieutenant Han had found in the bunker, once converted, yielded exact latitude and longitude coordinates. They deduced that the numbers, desperately carved into the control room floor with a knife, could only signify coordinates. A question was posed, asking for the identity of this mysterious location. The revealed location was specified as the Republic of Korea, specifically Olympic RO in Songpagu. A blond man with piercing red eyes was shown in close-up, his expression intense and serious. The numbers, it was revealed, pointed directly to the city of Seoul. The stylized Korean text for Seoul glowed dramatically in red light against a dark, ominous background.